So we have been focusing in the international negotiations on the importance of looking at that a greater share of the international development cooperation should stay with the least developed countries and the least developed communities, especially in conflict-driven countries. We have been focusing on the importance of national ownership, local capacity building, strengthening good governance, and of course then the human rights agenda and the democracy agenda, including gender equality. International development cooperation has a tendency to be very top-down. Sweden has been supportive to the agenda of local ownership for many years, but as part of the international development community, I believe that we have somewhat left that agenda, and the government wants to strengthen our role to push for local ownership as part of the way to implement the new sustainable development goals and financing. I talked about illicit financial flows and tax evasion. I think it's very important to stress, and sometimes nowadays also when we talk about the lack of finance for humanitarian action in the world, you say now that perhaps only 40% of the pledges for the humanitarian crisis is covered. We have the money is there. If we have the possibility to find ways to push back the tax evasion from developing countries, we know that we talk about sums that are 10 times bigger than international development cooperation. If we find a way to support remittances and to make it more easy for migrants to send money back to their countries, we can find money 3 or even up to 5 times as big as our international development cooperation. And if we do good and seek to support those countries that are now with the low oil prices in a moment where they think that they might phase out the fossil fuel subsidies, there are billions and billions. So the way of moving from billions to finance a good development agenda to trillions is there. I mean, here you can learn it when we think about all the challenges that we see in the newspapers and in the news every day. We should also know that there are solutions to this. The money is there. It's only to find good political ways of directing the money in the right way and to steer the financial flows towards sustainable investments. How will we then enhance policy coherence for sustainable development? I think it was mentioned that Sweden has already more than 10 years back a policy for policy coherence. And this policy was very new and innovative, I should say, when it was presented and taken in Parliament back in 2003, because it said that all decisions within the Swedish government, and also now in relation to our strong coordination within the European community, should take into account the rights of people and the perspectives of people living in poverty. Only in this way can policy making within government be sustainable. And this policy has then been in place for more than 10 years. There has been, during these past governments, ways and tries to make it work. But of course this is perhaps not top of mind of each and every minister in government, every day working mostly in national politics. So we need to find a way to refresh, and this has been decided and was presented already when we presented the government last year, the memories of the staff working within the ministries, and also to have the commitment of all the colleagues within government. All these ministers should say to their staff members that we should analyze our decisions with relation to rights, the perspectives of people living in poverty, and the environment. And this is the responsibility also of Isabella Lövin, of the Minister for International Development Cooperation, to see to and to remind her colleagues that we should find ways of doing this. And what we have done since we entered last year is that we have asked all the ministries to present their action plans. How do they and what kind of ideas and proposals could they identify to strengthen policy coherence within government, but also, since we're entering into this new commitment of the new SDGs that could bring Sweden as an actor towards the SDGs, and not least give both local communities but also our partner countries better possibilities to work towards new sustainable development goals. Yes, I think I've talked about. We have also said that we will give focus, and actually today I was telling the colleagues that I'm happy that they let me out of the ministry today, because today is the day that we present the budget from the government. But what we do, and I mentioned this before also, is that we focus quite a lot on three aspects as part of our priorities also within our international development cooperation. And that is due to the rising number of conflicts in the world on peace and state building and conflict prevention, on environmental and climate, and also on gender equality. These are three priorities also from the Minister for Development Cooperation that we present within the government, within the budget today. Oh, yeah. So, in the light of the new 2030 agenda, we will, and the new Sustainable Development Goals, we will see to that development cooperation can deliver as best as we can, and we really believe that Sweden has a very strong asset in our international development cooperation that we have been working with for more than 50 years, and we should really be in the forefront of looking on how we work with this as a tool. But we also believe, and this is very clearly seen when we look at the action agenda in Addis Ababa and also the new SDGs, that development cooperation can only deliver part of this. We need to find new, innovative ways of working as a government, both then on our policy coherence for development, finding new reforms, presenting them as a country, but also within the EU system and internationally, working very well in international working groups. And we need to work with new partners. Civil society is a partner for us in development cooperation. We need to work more strongly with civil society, with local governments, with regional governments, and also with the private sector to really have a good platform to take, to bring on ideas and then to take action at the international level. And I should also say that when we have been working in Sweden, it's not only the UN that has been working in a more broad setting than they have before, but we have also prioritized as government to have a broad working group, both towards Addis Ababa and towards the meeting in New York this year. And we will stay very true with the decision that was taken in Parliament back in 2003. We always look on our development of policies and action with regard to the perspectives of people living in poverty. And there I believe that our partnership with Swedish civil society organization is very important, because you are in these networks and you have the possibility to bring in voices but also ideas on how to work. And we will work very firmly with rights perspective and then bring in much stronger conflict-sensitive perspective and the importance of environment and climate. We will develop the work in an inclusive way, working with reference groups, both when it comes to development of our policy coherence work, but also with the new framework for our development cooperation that Monica mentioned. Because we believe that we have ideas as government, that, as you know, two parties in government, we believe that we have also quite a good engagement from the Committee for Foreign Affairs in Parliament, and we will bring in ideas from there, but also from civil society, from academia, and also from the private sector, where they have ideas on their responsibility as part of this agenda. So there are several processes, as Monica said. There is this idea that we want to take a leadership and to show and to use the experience of our policy coherence for development as a good example on how to work the new sustainable development goals. But in order to do so, we need to develop new ideas constantly and to strengthen the organization within government. We want to strengthen our development cooperation and to be an even better player and partner with our development cooperation, and for that we will also present a new policy in the beginning of next year. So with these words, I think I will leave it like that and then listen to the colleagues from Bangladesh in India and have the possibility for a conversation later.
So thank you very much. So Ulrika, if I ask you to step to the next table, and no, you keep it. You keep it. So we will now invite 3 respondents to the stage, and we will listen to some of their general reflections, and then we will ask them to engage in a discussion on the topics that the State Secretary has raised this morning. So first of all, Kabir, could you please join us and go up to the table? At each table there is a microphone. Kushi is the director from one of the partner organizations in Bangladesh, Nijera Kori. Peter Servo from Concord, Sweden. And finally, but not least, Raguram. Did I say it right? Yeah, okay. I don't have the name was really correctly, so we have the pleasure here to have 3 experts with long and broad experience from civil society work. All of you have been engaged in policy work, working on trying to understand and develop how we do our work. We have all of you been working with policy issues, and Shoba is the policy advisor actually for the Swallows, and Peter, you've been following the steps of the Swedish government for a long time at Concord, and you also have a background in other Swedish CSOs. So all 3 of you will give a brief reflection. I will give you 5 minutes each, and then I will come back to you and ask you to raise some comments or some specific questions to the State Secretary. So, Kushi, why don't you start?
Thank you. I think this is a very opportune moment, globally, and also in here. Globally, because the Sustainable Development Goals are just going to be hopefully accepted. In Sweden, it's very opportune because I think, I'll just say that I find that in many times that I've visited, that Sweden is far ahead than many other countries that I've visited in terms of taking on ideas, understanding ideas, and taking actions. And with the new government in place, I think the expectations are much higher in terms of roles, because whenever a more proactive, a more pro-people government comes into power, people scrutinize that government much more than they would from the others, probably because the expectation is much higher. And given that role, it becomes the onus of the government to try and play that role in such a way, because the scrutiny is so much more stronger. And the expectations from countries like Bangladesh is that they would be playing a role not only vis-a-vis the bilateral relationships in terms of development cooperation, but also in terms of the role within the European Union and the larger framework in the UN and other systems. I would like to say that I think what you've said just resonates so well with everything that we feel is important. But I'd like to stress a few things, that when we are talking about how the agenda would be placed, how the agenda would be implemented, and you're talking about the participation and the political commitment in framing with actors within civil society, which is not a uniform, civil society does not consist of a uniform position. So you have the absolutely marginalized or communities within countries like ours who are living in poverty, who are living in distress, who are living in secure existence. You also have within, like Bangladesh has now moved up from the least development to middle income, or moving up towards the middle income country, which we think is good, but the poverty gap is expanded much more, and so one has to take into consideration, which you said. So then how and who in civil society can be listened to and what voices can be heard? Today is a very good example of bringing this in together, where I thought that if this can be a model that can be followed later on, if you can take this as a method, and that that coming to Lund, it showed a kind of commitment that's coming from Stockholm on a particular day like today, when the budgets, I don't know, in all our countries, the budget day is the day when everybody has to be present in this thing. So come is, I think, a sign of commitment. This can then be used as an example. But how do we get the voices? I can say I'm representing the people I work with who are in the rural areas, the most marginalized, the poorest, the most in the way, they're right at the back. And their concerns are very seldom taken into consideration at our government levels, which we have to keep pushing for. It's not something that comes automatically. It has to be something that one has to really mobilize, and we keep talking about organizing and mobilizing, and that's the only way the voices get heard. But how do you match that with the larger civil society? How do we get the academia? And then again, in academia, the different, the spectrum is quite large. Who and what do you want to listen to? And what intrigues me is when we talk about bringing in the private sector. Now, this is something that I raised before also. When the motive for the private sector is profit, how do we make a private sector much more responsive to something that is not that is not going to be as profitable for them? It may be okay when they do one or two actions, which gives them a good image, but in the overall, is it doing something that's more? I would, at a later time, if I have time, like to bring in how we're all very aware about the climate change and the threats that countries like ours are facing, but we also have to be aware of how the misuse of the climate change agenda can be used to exacerbate the fallouts of climate change, because there has not been that kind of dialogue, that has not been that kind of. So how to be more careful in understanding and listening to different voices that are coming in, which may not always be positive. And I think today this is something that has opened up, but I would really, really like you to think about, there's so many, the whole SDGs are excellent in terms that they're very large, there's 17, it's encompassing. But when I go into the details of each of them, and then I see that some of them may not be in sync with another goal, so that has to be something that we need to discuss more. And I will leave it at that because I hope there'll be time to talk again. But it's really important that the dialogue, there has to be a system through which dialogues can. This kind of a conference is expensive, so it's not possible that one has it. But a mechanism is something that we need to work out through which, not just with Sweden, but generally, the mechanism where the voices of people who are marginalized can be brought forward, and issues with concrete examples of what has happened that is wrong is brought forward. And where, in the name of, continuing with our cultures or traditions or the national laws or the national existing perceptions of the national constitution, where it goes against the grain of the international convention, what roles can be played that does not further put us backwards? So if we are really serious about this, then I think every single citizen on this planet has to act together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kushi, for starting there and bringing us back to the rights-based approach and the rights perspective and the perspective of people living in poverty and the power issues, and we will come back to that. Shubha, why don't you continue?
Thank you very much. Let me begin by stating my agreements with several of the issues raised by the State Secretary on issues such as local tax base, illicit flows and tax evasion, push for local ownership, looking in a holistic fashion at economic, social and environmental impacts. And on all of these there is agreement. So what I'm going to do, and I would like to state that I'm not a policy advisor to Swallows because I think the communities in Swallows distinguish it by being the policy makers. So we are there as allies and as solidarity workers. What I'm going to try and do in the short time available is to look at number 22, where the question of the LDCs are stated and the conflict and post-conflict societies. I'm glad there is a window there for middle-income countries in the SDG document. This has been struggled with in the last 1.5 years, when many of us have been involved with the UN NGLS and the Department of Economic Social Affairs DESA at UN on the actual process by which the document came. And I'm glad that it's a strong document. That's because it opened up truly to civil society members. Having said that, let me then quickly state what are the sort of dilemmas that were placed yesterday on the podium by partners in the discussion, which was a full-day discussion. I would like to bring a couple of those dilemmas and contradictions into what I have to say here for the sake of the rest of the audience who are not here in the State Secretary. One is, you take the case of just South Asia, which is under discussion here. You have 43% of the world's poor living here. The SDGs hope that by the end of 2030, we are going to abolish poverty. This is taking into account a global 1.5 billion population. 43% of them living in South Asia alone. This itself, with 2 middle-income countries there, makes it possible that development cooperation will have to develop highly flexible forms of operation to reach the poorest of the poor. And it is where then the economic categories may have to be handled with great care, that we are not supporting the middle class, but we actually support the vulnerable poor within these countries. Because I think the focus on inequality alone has shown, and the work of Piketty, why it is so important. Just to state, extreme poverty conditions faced by women are at a rate of 1.5 points higher than that of men. Everywhere you see the issues of gender justice coming in as you look at indicators. The second point is what the Secretary has raised, and that is the critical nature of why we do not have redistributive justice today. When it comes to state services, when it comes to resources, when it comes to control of wealth, and so on. So the question that we were trying to ask in the SDGs was, Can there be a future? For whom and what kind of future? I think the map that you've drawn basically addresses these questions. Therefore, was something that the partners were concerned about yesterday. One was advanced militarization. What is the context we are working in today? Because content actually has to come from the context. We have advanced militarization. In 2009 alone, the US, it was more than $1 trillion. You have many countries in South Asia also climbing the militarization ladder. It poses enormous problems for citizens who live outside of development. The second is you take hunger. It is the primary concern of death. And I was glad to read the policy documents of the Swedish government where they pointed out that, and you take the high net worth wealth individuals that we were referring to, more than $7.5 trillion are resting with 182 billionaires. That's the latest Forbes list. Where are civil society organizations and national governments? What are their responsibilities in the international arena? If you take just the latest World Hunger Index, you have India outstripping China on the number of 194.6 million who are hungry today. China has done better in improving its figures and bringing it down to 133 million. But this completely shows a world of absolutely poor prioritization on what matters for humanity. The third point that was brought out yesterday significantly was on the rise of corporate power. And this is where I think the question of taxation, of ensuring that companies do not register in some country, in Europe or elsewhere, where tax bases are better, does not happen. You see increasing transnationalization of goods, especially impacting on questions of health and food sectors. The third is that partners have referred to the lowering of investments by national governments in countries with traditional agriculture bases. This has led to one of the most critical areas, and that is just internal migration. The State Secretary referred to the emergency facing us today on just migration by conflict. To give you one figure, internal migrants in India, a floating population of almost 400 million in the last 2011 census, and partners referred to 80% of them being women, immiserized, and joining the urban poor. And therefore, I agree with Kushi that the issue of just investments in urban growth may not be the answer. The point is really to refurbish a declining rural livelihood which had dignity and self-sufficiency in food. And China, in fact, is much less on the number of migrants, is half of that of India in internal migration. I have to conclude here. I want to state the context. One is that free markets cannot continue without serious regulation. That is critical of national governments and international. The second is that there is anguish and disillusionment and expressed by many citizens yesterday. But there are also alternatives. These are concrete, these have been proven, and they need to be taken up in national plans for development. And how this can be done with the indicators, I'm not so sure, but I think each country may want to look at the different indicators and suggest what they will opt for, but that commitment must come. And lastly, let me say that poverty reflects divisive development, and I'm glad you called for inclusive development.
Thank you so much. So thank you for bringing us some of the insights from yesterday's discussion, where we had different panels and different discussions on that. And you also bring up the important issues of what we're talking about, and the issue of inequality, and who gets the resources and who do the development cooperation address, really, right? So Peter, let's hear from you.
Yes. Well, first I should state that, I'm working at Conquer Sweden, which is a CSO platform consisting of almost 60 Swedish CSOs. We have been working for the last 3 years, even more so, with Agenda 2030 and the SDGs as part of a broad consultation process, which the State Secretary referred to. Our members have been very actively involved. We have been coordinating our work with partners all over the world. And we have also, of course, been following the sort of separate process, but it has clear links, the financing for development process, which is an important one because that clarifies, hopefully, how to implement the 17 goals and how to mobilize resources. And I'll come back to that shortly. And just first to state that as Swedish CSOs and as part of Conquer Europe, we welcome the agenda when it was decided a little more than a month ago, and it will be formally adopted now in a couple of days' time. We do welcome the fact that it is ambitious. It is complex, and there are, of course, many challenges with such a complex and broad agenda, but we do welcome it. We feel that there is a need to include all different aspects, and we really feel that it is important to highlight the 3 dimensions of sustainability and to include it as clearly as possible within the follow-up and with the setting of goals and indicators. We also feel that it is an accomplishment to have the statement within this agenda that it is a universal agenda. It is not, as the SDGs was, an agenda mainly for developing countries. This is a universal agenda. It has consequences for all countries, all actors, at all levels. Now, the challenge, of course, is to transform that into concrete work at the local level, to transform it into concrete targets for actors such as the private sector or individual countries. But that is important. We also feel that it is important that it is clearly stated within the agreement and that Sweden has pushed for policy coherence for development. I will come back to that later on, and in the afternoon we will have more time to discuss sort of the challenges that lies within having such a holistic way of tackling sustainable development. In the afternoon session we will talk about the experiences of PGD, the Swedish National Coherence Policy. So I will not go into detail regarding the challenges we have seen as Swedish CSOs during these last 13 years, but we have, as organizations, worked quite extensively with doing follow-up and monitoring and really put a pressure on decision makers with regard to that key challenge that I think everyone has mentioned, the rights perspective and the perspective of people living in poverty. It is a challenge to include it within the decision-making process, and it is a challenge to include it when looking at effects of policies that are not the traditional ODA activities or development cooperation activities. But nevertheless, it is crucial. We can discuss that further, but there is a challenge within that because as this experience here in Sweden has shown, there is outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs perhaps a lack of understanding, a lack of awareness on how to include such perspective when taking measures within the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, and so forth. So I think, Ulrika mentioned a couple of initiatives. Would be interesting to hear a little bit more how we will try to ensure it, because we have had now 13 years with this policy. Many signs of progress. We have come quite far in many aspects, but also by having it during 13 years and discussing it with different representatives and different ministers, you can see that there is a lack of understanding what this means and what consequences it has for the entire government. You show the picture of all ministers. And it is truly a task now when implementing the SDGs for each and every ministry within a government, not only in Sweden, but in every member state. And that is, of course, a huge challenge. We think that the coherence policy has some very important components when ensuring such a sort of holistic view on who should implement, how to go about it. As I said, I will come back this afternoon with some more issues regarding the lessons learned from the Swedish level and consequences that will have on implementing the SDGs. I would like to, in order to sort of bridge this towards some questions, we as Swedish civil society have been very much engaged in the work within Concord Europe on assessing and monitoring the EU coherence policy, how they are working with the development dimension when, with regard to trade, migration, climate, and so forth. We do see a risk when looking at having such a policy. It was stated before that there is a unique role of aid, and it continues to be very important in certain regards. I would say that to fulfill the ambition within the Agenda 2030 of leaving no one behind, I think ODA, Development Cooperation, has a specific role for that in many areas, in many countries. And we do see a risk when having such a, if you have this holistic approach, many countries within the EU does see this as a possibility to use aid for other areas, because if you have that analysis that climate policy, migration policy, finance policy contributes to development, many people, because of a lack of understanding of what a coherence policy is, see the ODA budget as a funding basket for other activities. So that's a way of misusing this concept, which is very important. So it would be interesting to hear a little bit more from you, Rick, and from the others as well, in the panel, how you tackle this one.
Okay, thank you, Peter. And would you like to raise any specific questions before I hand over to the State Secretary?
Okay. I would like to add a rider actually to what Peter has said about aid in the ODA basket. I mean, I remember many years ago when I worked almost 15 years in Dutch development assistance. And at that time, I remember when the European Union brought out a coherence document, they stated very explicitly that aid is trade. Mm-hmm. It was stated there, and that has caused so much confusion. And I think that the 17.2 in this document, SDG document, is very welcome that there is a call again for developed countries to pledge at least 0.7 of their GDP. I would want to ask you, what is the kind of support you expect from European Union members, the developed countries, because there's just been simply a recession of faith in development aid among citizens. People are looking much more in an insular fashion into their societies, and they think if there are problems at our door, how does it matter to cooperate with other countries or have solidarity? Thank you.
And Kushi, I know you raised several questions already in your intervention, but maybe you would like to highlight some of them.
Yes, I think Bangladesh has met most of the MDGs and has really made a lot of, especially in terms of women's issues, it's done very well, and we're very proud of the fact that it's done. But on the other hand, on the flip side, and that's what I wanted to say, democratic space has shrunk. Number two, the rights of minorities are ignored totally. 3, peasants who were in charge of the production systems have now moved to a market-led production system where they don't have any control over the resources and what is being done. And the last is, even though women have moved forward and there has been more opportunities for paid employment, yet their vulnerability and their insecurities have increased much more. So I think I'd like you to address that. How do we do that when we're going into a kind of a development that is positive on one side, has ramifications negatively for the people that we're actually wanting to bring into this process?
Thank you. Well, quite a lot there. I'll let you go on right ahead with the many comments and the specific questions. So please go ahead.
you started to say that you have higher expectations perhaps on a progressive government, and I think that this is very good, because we are in government and we are here because we want to do this, and then we need also popular movement to push us, our partners in Sweden, civil society, but also internationally. So I think that this high expectation is a very good driver of change, even though sometimes we will not be able to deliver perhaps as good as we would like to, but we want to find a way to do so. And civil society, of course, is not uniform. And I think this is a great challenge and has been for many, many years, but not least because since development cooperation has been very professionalized, we have somewhere lost the ability sometimes to really see where are the social movements in relation to the more professionalized civil society. And I think this is a task for us as governments when we talk about engaging civil society, but it's also a task for the more professionalized civil society to ask itself. And I believe that we need to talk more about this and the ways to really engage social movements, old ones but also new ones. People organize themselves all the time, and we need to find a way to really get a good dialogue with the grassroots level. The poverty gap in middle-income countries, this is true. Most of the people living in poverty live in middle-income countries. And when we see that we have met the target of halving of the Millennium Development Goals, of taking half of the poverty line away, I mean, the growing number of population shows that we still have more people, even though in halves we have managed. And we need to see this and work with development cooperation and our policy coherence in a good way. And I think that the examples on tax is a good way of doing that, to see how we can strengthen the local tax base, to work with capacity building with middle-income countries, to also work with the social security systems. I mean, how can we strengthen, both from our experience as a country with having a good social security system, but also strengthening South-South cooperation, countries that are actually now developing a new way of working with this. And perhaps the most, Swedish development cooperation is there also in the middle-income countries, especially through civil society support, supporting people living in poverty and the poorest of the poor in these countries. But maybe the government-to-government approach should be more with regard to policies and to capacity building, to technical assistance, where our authorities, for instance, could be a very good tool of working with governments. We can, if there is interest, bring experience from Sweden, but also supporting South-South cooperation and trilateral cooperation. And I think it's also very important to work with the growing economies and new middle-income countries, especially the BRICS, on our common global challenges, on our common global good discussion. Climate, of course, is a very important example where we need to work and engage very much with countries like India, for example. There are other resistance on antibiotics, could be another topic, and I think that it could be good to identify some important global public good issues to work with also at the policy level together with middle-income countries. Who to engage and the question mark after the private sector. We need to engage with the private sector. Many times the private sector has more control of development than politicians. And we need to strengthen the democratic control of government, but we also need to strengthen the dialogue and the policy with regard to private sector. And it might not be profitable in the short run, but I think that many of the leaders of big and medium and small enterprises know nowadays that they need, for instance, to respect their workers, the planetary boundaries, or all the dimensions of sustainability to be companies that are actually profitable in the long run. The problem is, and this goes for politics as well, that sometimes the planning is not that long term for companies. But maybe, I mean, and this has to do with the question that you also had, that many times it's a policy discussion more than a discussion of whether the private sector should form part of our development cooperation. This is not the interesting or the part or the thing that would really make change happen. And I think that we have had a problem the past years when we have talked a lot within more traditional donor countries about beyond ODA. We should have said that we need the ODA, but we need to talk beyond. So it should be ODA and beyond, but not beyond ODA, perhaps.
Sorry, just official development.
Yeah, right now. And I think that there is a concern, and we as a government have the concern that ODA is what you look for, especially within the European Union nowadays, because they don't have a budget for their own security actions. So then they look towards the ODA and say that, well, security goes together with development, doesn't it? Yes, of course it does. But ODA will not be and cannot be the only source to find, to pay for security measures in relation between the European Union and other regions. We need to focus on what's development and to focus on, as I said previously, on conflict prevention more than the security problems that the international community needs to take on responsibility for. And Sweden has, even with the former government, and we are still very much focusing on how to really look at this within the policy change that is going on, both in the European Union, but also as part of the framework for OECD DAC, which decides what could be called ODA, official development assistance. And we are very concerned that security, for instance, will be paid by ODA. We are a bit of a pain in the ass, I should say, in the discussions, and have been previously with regard to other matters as well. And we have been pushing for 0.7 within the international discussions. We were the ones focusing quite, I did not mention it when I made my presentation, but that we focused quite a lot on it, and even the Prime Minister brought this up as his main topic in Addis Ababa. We are worried. We have in Sweden also a discussion about the deduction of costs for receiving asylum seekers the first year, which has been also partly taken from ODA, but still we are way beyond the 0.7, but very few countries are. Very few countries. And also we are worried because some of our neighboring countries, those Denmark and Finland, are now diminishing their budgets for international cooperation. So it's a worrying tendency in a world which needs development cooperation and which has so great humanitarian needs as we see now. The democratic space has shrunk. I think that this is also a very important topic. If we're talking about engaging civil society in this development agenda, we need to see the problem with all the legislation that is being brought forward now with regard to control of civil society voices, academia, and also media. And this is also a discussion that we have with our government partners, and we need to bring it up more and more, because unfortunately many countries are very much into this to shrink the space for civil society action. And this has also to do with some idea of security measures. And sometimes also it's related to the importance of coordinating the cooperation.
Let me just squeeze in one question there for you, because we've been talking. You mentioned the private sector and the role of the private sector, and now we're talking about the enabling or space and the shrinking space for civil society. We have a tendency, we have a trend in the world which is showing us not only the shrinking space, but also that the attacks against human rights defenders is increasing over the world. And many of these attacks are actually connected to natural resources and foreign investment and multinational corporations. And something I hear when I talk to civil society organizations and human rights defenders all over the world is that they say, okay, we need to claim accountability of the governments, and we really need to fight for our space as civil society. And then that's a question. One thing is, what will the Swedish government do to strengthen that work? But at the same time they say, well, we're actually beyond government. It's not the government who is attacking us at all the time. It's the shrinking space is also very connected with any investment, particularly foreign investment in particularly natural resources and monoculture. So how are you discussing this, the role of private sector in development cooperation and with these trends that we have in the world, connecting back to the private sector and the shrinking space?
As I said, I don't think that the private sector has a very specific role in development cooperation, but within this agenda for sustainable development, for sure has. And we need to strengthen the role and the dialogue and the ways of engaging private sector, but also the policy and the framework and perhaps legalization and these things with regard to the private sector. And the Swedish government has taken one step that could be, it has been implemented by civil society organizations as not enough strong, because it's not, it's more of a policy, but that is that the Minister of Trade, Mikael Damberg, has taken on, as I think the 5th country in the world, an agenda for the writing principles on human rights with regard to Swedish trade. So when the Swedish government engage with companies, these should be guiding principles for the way they work together with the companies. And I mean, this is the way we need to work. We need to show, to tell the Swedish private sector that we find that this is crucial. The rights of people, the human rights agenda, but also the respect of nature and the conflict perspective and so on. And to state as a government that we find that this is very, very important. And that we believe also that it should be important for them, not only as a responsibility, but actually in the long run as a way of having true also economic development. So it's not really about having the private sector as part of our development operation, but having it as a part of a very important part, I should say, in regard to dialogue counting.
So, the panel here with the respondents. Any further questions or comments on the feedback that you got on your comments? Shola?
Okay, I express a feeling, and that happens to be that I truly think that democracy is at threat. I speak now on rights. I've mentioned it yesterday. I think equality of citizenship and the rights that go with our entitlements, the excessive casualization of labor that has happened, all of this and the agrarian distress. I have been writing just before coming here in the media about the numbers of farmers' suicides in India. We have been focusing quite often on also the tax holidays that have been given to the corporate sector. And the number of tax holidays are so enormous, including in the budget, where they get a 1% reduction, as against what their commitment should be. So I have a dismal view, much as I think and appreciate a number of philanthropies that are coming up. I think there are a couple of leaders in India who have worked with government in extraordinary ways. And I mentioned the Ajit Premji Foundation, one of the leading software giants. There are examples, it's not that there are not. But the benevolent are very few as against the malevolent. That is the truth of the matter. The third is the low intensity sort of civil war that is happening on issues of what women are facing today. It's enormous. It's religious fundamentalism, it's patriarchy from the household right to the institutional conduct of that professional women face. It's enormous. And why do we need then the question of international development cooperation? The question I ask is because I think cultures never should be exclusive. I think democratic spaces are inclusive of everyone who even have differences with us. If we do not have the tolerance for the difference of opinion, and we do not have the respect for science, which I think is critical, the better data we have, the better number of research cooperation we have, we cannot fight this battle. We need that. And I fully agree with everyone in the panel today that you need very concerted, coherent action. Because if policy can make us become coherent, the powerful develop coherence, they may actually introduce incoherence at the field level, if field people are not involved in that. And so therefore, opening up the doors and having citizens walk into government and listen. What a fine example this morning has been. Thank you.
Thank you. Question?
I think I'd echo what Shobha said, and I just wanted to say that maybe it's time to start thinking of asking for accountability of the private sector too. That as citizens who get affected by actions that are taken by the private sector in development, we have the right, because we ask the government, we can take government to accountability. We've been able to take a lot of other actors into accountability, except the armed forces, the militarization, but not the private sector, especially if it's the corporate, multinational or transnational corporate sector. So I think that's something that we need to think about when we look at this SDGs. And I just want to say that the example many of our countries keep saying about our traditional rights, while they ignore totally the traditional rights of the indigenous populations who are small, but yet when they come to the greater thing, they say that our traditional rights are being, compromised if we agree to the universal rights. So I think those kind of issues, there has to be some ways which I think should be discussing in the next 3 days, which we can take further, is what are the modalities through which our voices can be reached out to a different level. That is something I think we really need to think about. But thank you so much for presentation discussions, and we look forward to seeing more of it in action.
And Peter?
Yeah, can I just build that? I totally agree with you. And just to emphasize one thing which has consequences for the role of CSOs, and that is that both the agreements in Addis Ababa and the agreement this week in New York, they are not legally binding. They are voluntary. There is
the follow-up system would read through the convention, so I think there will be a strong link.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that that's why there's a strong need to focus on the follow-up mechanisms on the national level and international level, because that's where you can put pressure, that's where you can have peer pressure, and that's where, as you say, within the UN system, states can follow up. Because when you have 17 goals, there is a risk of countries cherry-picking and avoiding sensitive goals such as gender equality or issues linked to security and so forth. So that's why there is a need for CSOs and countries such as Sweden and in regional fora bring this up. And it is also key in this regard to tackle the issue of how private sector can contribute to human rights and sustainability, or the opposite, if they do activities that have a negative impact. Those commitments are also on a voluntary basis. They are included in the Addis Ababa agreement, but it's not mandatory reporting. So that's why there's a reason to have a strong follow-up and not let it be a declaration which doesn't have any teeth, so to speak. And that's where there's a huge role for civil society. You could not only rely on civil society, but we really feel that that's where we can play a part on the local level, national level, and globally.
Thank you. So, some final reflection from you. The time is almost up, but some final reflections.
But maybe to end where I started, just to say that I believe that in this time that we are in, we need a positive agenda to really see that even though there are some challenges, we need to focus on solutions. I think it's very easy to get stuck in problematizing that we need to focus on solutions. And I think the best way to do that is to lead by example and to really show that it's possible to do one's best wherever one is. And we have taken some action, and we'll be taking more action. I mentioned with regard to the market, I mentioned previously that even the Prime Minister is going to present an initiative on decent work in globalized work. So I think that Sweden can and will try to show by example. And then we also need the society pushing us, but also bringing up new good ideas on how to do it.
So thank you very much for the respondents and your really good ways of starting this day and continuing the conference. And to the State Secretary, thank you very much for coming, despite the budget presentation and all, and coming all the way to Lund. We're very happy and very pleased to have you here, and thank you for starting up this Monday morning. We wish you best of luck. Pushing forward this agenda and with the restart of the policy for global development of Sweden as well. So a warm welcome and a warm thank you. So we will.
I need 1 second.
Yeah, we will swiftly. Okay.
I just want to say very much thank you as well. It was excellent to listen to all of you here, but particularly that you came down to Lund and took this time. And I just want to emphasize as well that I think it's fantastic when the State Secretary say that we need to strengthen the social movements, not only the NGOs. I thought that was really something that many of us here felt very good about. Here is a small present from the Swallows and Lost Forest, that is a company that we work with a bit with, and a USB where the papers from partners, from the other organizations that we have worked with here today, have put different papers that they think is very important for you to, when you have a chance. Look at. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you. So we will swiftly move into the second point of the day, but why don't you take the opportunity just to stretch your legs and your arms but don't leave the room, please, because this is a very quick change.
Thank you very much.
Om man kunna se det här sen den här.
Ja.
Man kan se det efter.
Ja.
Kommer det ligga upp på samma längd, inte bara
Ja, jag ska redigera det och sen trycka på ladda upp på YouTube.
Ja, okej. Men när blir det?
Om nästa om några dagar. Så det är mycket för 4 dagar.
Okay, so I'll notice a lot of people left the room. Would you please come back? So we will continue. And I know we have a lot of volunteers helping us these days from the Swallow, so maybe you could help us to bring back the audience. We will continue with the official policies, but now going over to SIDA, and we will do the same thing. We will start with the speaker, and then we will have 3 respondents. Let's see what. There you are. I didn't see it. So please, warm welcome to Truva Schledin, Senior Economist at the Department for International Organization and Policy Support at the SIDA. And I think we're still waiting for some people, so I'm just getting you started. Okay, let's start. I think, yes, so warm welcome.
Okay, so thank you very much for inviting SIDA to be part of these very interesting days. There will be a little bit of overlap of the issues that we have discussed already this morning, of course, because we are within the frame of the SDGs and the policy coherence for global development. SIDA was assigned by the government, the state secretary that just left, to write a report on the structural causes of poverty during the spring. And we were also assigned to write a report on our experiences of implementing the policy coherence for global development. So my presentation is based on those 2 reports, and I will try to speak a little bit more from the frame of what kind of development is it that we see, and what issues then come out for development cooperation to work with, and also then try to integrate some of the experiences and learning that we have on how we can work with implementing these. So if we start with the SDGs, we have already heard some of these things. I have put a title that is for all in all forums and everywhere. If you read through the goals, which I'm sure you have, you will really see that in almost all of the 17 goals, you have these kind of words, for all, everywhere, in all forms. It's extremely ambitious. The ambition level has really increased with the Sustainable Development Goals compared to the Millennium Development Goals. It's universal, it's already said. It means that it's supposed to be implemented by all countries. And that also emphasizes, I think, the partnership, the fact that we are in these as partners. We need to work with this in all countries throughout the globe in order to reach these objectives. They cannot be reached by one, if just a few countries work with it, or if we work with it in low-income countries, or we need to work with it, all of us. It's also broadened, and we've already discussed that when it comes to actors. We now talk about all the actors. We also talk about the private sector, which we have discussed this morning now already, and the public, and civil society, and the individuals. And I think this is the strength, really, in the agenda. We have, some of you are probably familiar with that, we have a global conference in Sweden, in Stockholm, every year in August, the Water Week, which assembles basically all of the global elites within water and environment and climate. And at this conference this year, it was so clear that the private sector was talking about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. They talked about it almost the most, and how they were going to implement it and what it meant for them, etc. Now, of course, these are big companies, but they also are then have big powers. this was H&M and IKEA and those companies. But still, I think that brings a quite strong message. We have also already mentioned the multiple financing sources. This is about official development assistance, about aid, but there are also other financing sources where the volumes are so much bigger, and which are also part of financing this agenda now. And then the two final, that it's focused on inclusive development. It's development which should benefit all. And it's a focus on sustainability, of course, in all these dimensions: economic, social, and environmental climate. And that's already emphasized by the State Secretary, that this is to bring these three dimensions together now is really the strength of this agenda compared to earlier. Policy for Global Development, I'm not sure if we use that acronym, PGD, but I used it here. It's the policy coherence agenda, the PGU, that was taken in 2003. And I think really we can see it as a forerunner to all of this. Already in 2003, the Swedish government took this policy, which had focused on fair and sustainable development. So already then there was a focus on sustainable development. And also a strong emphasis, since it is policy coherence, all of the policy areas should work towards a common objective of fair and sustainable development. So within Sweden we talk about Team Sweden, or at least we do, I hope we do all of the actors within Sweden, but that means us as the Development Cooperation Agency, the Swedish civil society, the Swedish private sector, and other public agencies. We work a lot with the Swedish Tax Agency, Statistics Sweden, etc. It's a Team Sweden, and it's really needed now to implement the SDGs. And this was already emphasized in the policy coherence for global development. So it's a broader perspective on actors, and that also, of course, applies when we work in partner countries. And I will come back to that. And then we have already talked a lot about the two perspectives that are really at the core of policy coherence for global development: the rights perspective and the perspectives of support on development. On the rights perspective, if I look at CEDA and how we have worked with it there, we have the four dimensions. It's the non-discrimination, transparency, participation, and accountability. And this has really been very strongly integrated in all of our activities. I would say it has really affected the way we are working with agriculture reforms, with public administration reforms, with which actors we work with, etc. And especially the way we work with actors, I would say. I have just recently worked in Kenya, and whichever larger reform that we are supporting, could it be land reform or public financial management reform, we work with the government, but we also work with civil society to demand accountability and to create the demand for the reform to actually be implemented. So, and this, we have just synthesized a number of evaluations on different areas, and working with a mix of actors is really coming out as one of the strongest lessons and experiences. On the perspectives of the poor on development, of course, I mean, poverty reduction, or now with the SDGs, ending poverty in all forms everywhere, is of course at the core. But I would say still that that has been more challenging, especially when it's formulated as perspectives of the poor on development. And we have had reports and evaluations that shows that maybe we need to improve on this part. So I'll focus on that, the poverty and what we see in development when it comes to poverty. The PGU, the Policy Coherence for Global Development, said already in 2003, the focus of the bill is on poor people and poor countries. So what is it that we mean when we talk about poverty? You all know this, but it's always good to be reminded and to see the broader perspective. This is how we at CEDA have written it in the Perspectives on Poverty, which is from 2003 actually. And we are still working with these perspectives on poverty. And it says, poverty deprives people of the freedom to decide over and shape their own lives. It robs them of the opportunity to choose on matters of fundamental importance to themselves. Lack of power and choice and lack of material resources form the essence of poverty. So it's about power, choice, resources, opportunities, voice. We know it. And with this I also want to emphasize, which you all here very well know, that this is a situation that you can be in. Poor people are not a species. It's a situation, it's a life situation that you are in. And you can kind of fall into poverty in periods of your life. And you can graduate out of poverty in other periods of your life. So it's dynamic. People move in and out of situations where they are poor. And we need to see it in that way when we work with it. That we work with supporting people to get out of poverty, but also working with strengthening people's resistance to fall back into poverty. And I'll come back to that. I guess most of you are familiar with this one, that poverty is about power, voice, opportunities and choice, security and resources. And when we look at poverty, it's important to understand all these dimensions. I think that's why Amartya Sen developed the multidimensional poverty concept. Because if you don't understand all of these dimensions, you will never be effective in trying to reduce poverty. And I've just been at an extremely large conference on development economics. And it's quite surprising that we know that we're talking about multidimensional poverty. We know that this is what we're trying to work with. And still the monetary measurement of poverty, the income per day, becomes so dominant in a way, at least from the context where I'm in. And I think we need to improve on this. And just one thing also, one more thing to say about that picture is that they are interrelated. They can reinforce each other in a vicious circle and in a good circle. The best we want to have is, of course, in the good circle. So if we look at poverty on a global scale, what does it look like? If we look at income poverty then, so just the resource part. As we already know, we say that the MDGs have been reached. Poverty has been halved from 43% to 21% of the total population of the globe. And all of the regions we see progress. I don't know if you can read this, but you can at least see that the one furthest to the right, that's the one for 2010. So you can see that it's going down in all of the regions, the share of people living in poverty. Now this is on the $1.25 per day measurement, and which can be challenged. And I just heard now at the conference also that it seems like the World Bank is rebasing it up to $1.8 per day. I guess they will launch that within the next months or something. And there were a lot of discussions also about having kind of as this standard $1.8 per day, but then have one upper, a bit higher limit that is more related to what's the country context, so that you will get a bit of a better picture. There is, I think one should, even if one can criticize this measurement, we should be quite happy to see this development. But it is a bit uneven. If we look at the numbers of people in poverty, it has decreased in all of the regions except for in Africa, where it has increased. And there are 700 million people less in poverty now than before 2010. But there is an increasing group of people kind of just above $125 per day. and up until maybe $10 per day. And of course you're better off, but you're still extremely vulnerable. And we need to pay attention to that group. If we look at opportunities and choice, if you still have that, we have resources, opportunities, choice, security, and voice and power. If you look at opportunities and choice, this shows net enrollment in primary education. And you know this has increased. And that's important and it's good. And we also know that it's, more girls go to school now, which was one of the main targets. It's almost the same in a lot of countries. But there are still a lot of questions when it comes to quality of education. And some talk about rather schooling than education. And there are question marks as regards the rates of return from your education. How much can you get out of this education that you get? Do you actually get a productive employment? Or are you still disadvantaged, although you know how to read and write? And I know from the countries where I have worked in that, which have introduced free primary education, which is great. Everybody should have a right to primary education, and it should be free. And that's in some cases the overall policy. Then when you come to the practice, it is in many cases not free. There are still different kinds of fees that you have to pay, maybe for the clothes or for the material, etc. And even for those schools where you don't have to pay that much, the quality of the education is in many cases very, very low. So even when you speak to people who doesn't have a lot of resources, they really try to put their children into private schools. They have to pay even more because the quality of the public schools are so low. So even if we see progress here, there is still a lot to be done, and it affects a lot the opportunities and the choices for children and households and quality. Also on health, if we still keep on opportunity and choice, it is very related to education and health. And on health, we've also seen important improvements when it comes to child mortality, which has decreased from 25% of total population of children under 5 years to 50%. And that's thanks to vaccination programs and other programs, and now we have also progress on the malaria vaccines, etc. So that's great. Also on maternal mortality, we see a decrease, I think. You see what Naila would say, she's shaking her head. So on opportunity and choice, I mean, there seems to be some progress on education and on health, but there are still a lot of things to be done. On power, voice and security, now this one is difficult to read. It says, weaken power, voice, question mark. And it relates to what you were talking about earlier, about freedom of expression, about the shrinking democratic space, that we had a period of increasing number of countries in democracy, or at least elected leaders. But then we've had a period now since 2005, 2006 or something, where we see shrinking democratic space, shrinking freedom of expression, and weaker rule of law. And this is really worrying. And this also, or another dimension related to power, voice and security of the multidimensional poverty is the increased number of conflicts and fragile situations. We have already today, on a global estimate, about 43% of the global poor live in countries which are fragile. And just in a couple of years' time, it's estimated that the majority of poor people will live in countries which are in conflict, post-conflict, or fragile situations. And this affects, of course, poor households a lot. And conflicts are affected by high degrees of poverty, and the poor are affected by the conflict. So this is really we need to take into account. Inequality, this conference that I just mentioned, which included 3 Nobel Prize winners and a lot of other distinguished development economists, inequality was the big theme at this conference, really. And what we could agree on, and why it is a big theme now within development economists, is that they have finally agreed on that inequality affects economic development. That was not, they could not agree on that. But even IMF is now saying that if you have high degrees of inequality, it will affect your economic development, your potentials to grow. So that's one agreement that there is there, so that's why it's on the agenda also. There seems to be agreement that the inequality in between countries has decreased. And then within countries we see a lot of different stories. Andrea Cornea, who is a distinguished development economist from Italy, and he's worked in inequality for a long time. He showed, and he had grouped African countries in different groups, and he could show one graph where inequality was going down for one group, another graph where inequality was going up, and another one where it has gone up, down, and then down and up. So we could see everything basically. But what one could say is that inequality is really recognized as affecting economic development and affecting poverty, and we need to address it, and we need to understand much more about it. That was my clearest conclusion from this conference, that I understand it's important, but we need to know much more about what drives it and how it affects development and poverty. We also see a growing group of chronic poor. I talked in the beginning that poverty is dynamic. One can move in and out of this situation of being poor, but I think we can also conclude that we are seeing a growing group of people that are chronically poor, where poverty is really it goes from the parents to the children and it continues. And I think it seems like we need to address this group much more in development cooperation. Urban poverty. We see urbanization in many countries, and rural poverty is still kind of the dominating, or the majority of the poor still lives in rural areas. But we see increasing urbanization, and we see increasing poverty in urban areas, which is then different. It has different attributes and characteristics and dynamics than rural poverty. We then look at development patterns and this inclusive and sustainable development, which is what we want to contribute to. What challenges do we see? Well, in this report, we concluded that one key challenge, of course, which is not new in any way, it's weak institutions. Weak government institutions means you have weak rule of law, you can have high degrees of corruption, and you get a low and weak legitimacy of the state, which weakens the social contract. So the whole kind of keeping, also with taxes, paying taxes. Why would you want to pay tax to a state that you don't think is legitimate or that you don't believe in? So it has to do with all these things, and that means that we need to work with supporting and strengthening institutions, which we've had done for a long time, and Sweden has very good experiences of working with strengthening institutions. And as I mentioned in the beginning, the way we do it is also that we work with the institutions, but also with civil society to support and to demand the accountability and demand whatever reform it is that is supposed to be implemented. Unequal access to education, resources and land was of course another challenge that we identified. And I've already alluded to the unequal access to education, that even if you have access to education, the quality can be so poor that the outcome of your education is very questionable. Resources and land. Land, of course, I think when I worked in Kenya, wherever we started talking about development or poverty, we almost always ended up in the land reforms. That people do not have right to their land, that they don't own the land, and like that they cannot use the land effectively. Lack of structural transformation. This is a typical kind of development economics type of describing things. But basically, seeing that what we see in many countries now is that you have still a large part of the economy is dependent on the agriculture sector. Low productivity agriculture, where you have many of poor households are dependent on this low productivity agriculture. What you would see in a structural transformation is that other more productive sectors would increase productivity in agriculture and other more productive sectors would develop, where you can move so you can get productive employment. Normally, or in history, this has been the manufacturing sector. You move to this manufacturing sector and then you move to higher technology. Now, we're not seeing this in a lot of countries. What we are seeing is that we still have a big agricultural sector, and then you see services sector increasing. And this is a bit puzzling then to the developing economists. Can the services sector be productive enough to make the economy grow and provide productive employment to the people? And I would say that there is no answer to that yet, but this is one of the challenges. Unsustainable development partners, of course, climate and environment. Amartya Sen ended this conference that I attended, and this was the thing that he was talking about. It was climate and environment. This is what we need to address now. And there are opportunities and threats, and it was mentioned earlier this morning with the decreasing oil price. The decreasing oil price can mean that the oil become even more cheaper, and then it's a threat, of course. But it can also mean that finally we have an opening to actually reform all of these fossil fuel subsidies, and then it's a big opportunity to change this whole agenda. Discrimination and gender inequality is, of course, a challenge for inclusive and sustainable development. I have 2 more slides. On what we concluded then, of course, and this mirrors the challenges that I have already talked about on what we need to work on, is strengthening of institutions, sustainable financing, domestic resource mobilization. And here, Sweden has good experiences to draw on, not only how we work with it in Sweden, but also how the Swedish tax agency work with us in development cooperation in strengthening tax administrations in partner countries. And we are doing it also in a way so that we really respect partnership and ownership. There are other partners who are involved in this who might come with ready-made models to be implemented, but we try to work with them as partners. Integration of environment and climate aspects, absolutely, throughout the whole development cooperation. Inequality and distribution issues. It was already mentioned this morning, and I said that inequality is now one of the key aspects that are discussed when it comes to development and poverty reduction. And in relation to that, social security systems. How we can support the build-up of social security systems. And this has to do a lot with reducing the vulnerability of people. And productive employment. You have to have an earning from somewhere, which relates back to the structural transformation. Chronic poverty, I already mentioned. Investments in education and health, of course. Discrimination and gender inequalities, and conflict and fragile states. This whole issue with the conflict perspective. Then on how we can do this. That's policy for global development and sustainable development goals, issues for implementation. Keep the eye on the ball. What I mean with that is that even if we work within specific areas, one should try to see, or always see, that this is part of contributing to inclusive and sustainable development. That's what we are all trying to contribute to, so that also the priorities are coming from there. This is where we are aiming. And then coming back to where I started, to have an understanding of all the dimensions of poverty, analyze them, understand them, and address them as it shows from the analysis that is needed. Partnership and ownership, I think Sweden has been very strong on this, and we will have to, and we will continue. And I think in particular, as we have seen the aid effectiveness agenda being weakened generally, I think Sweden should still be, and I'm very happy to hear the State Secretary saying that Sweden should lead by example. All actors continue to work broadly. As I said, one of the lessons that are coming out clearly from our evaluations that when we work with a mix of actors, that's when we are most effective. And also different financing sources, and build on an already strong Team Sweden.
Thank you very much, Druid. So now we're going to repeat the same dynamic. We will have 3 respondents, and I'm sure they will ask you about the role of CEDAC in all this as well. This bigger picture you presented. First of all, let me welcome Professor Naila Kabir, coming from the Gender Institute of London School of Economics and Political Science, as one of the respondents. And we also have Tim Roy, from the director from the Keystone Foundation in India. And last but not least, Emily Au from Forum Syd, your policy advisors. Please come up to the stage, all of you. And we will do the same thing. You will be giving some brief minutes to give some general reflections. And then hopefully we will engage in more of a dialogue between the 4 of you. So I think all the mics are on. Yeah, good.
It's very important that you use the microphone really close to your mouth, or else it will be hard to hear.
Okay. So, Professor Kabir, why don't we start? Huh? Okay. So we go with you. Yeah, please.
Thanks a lot. I think we've covered the whole range of the entire development spectrum, and where I would like to come from is we work in India, and I work in the field with Adivasi communities for the last 25 years now. And in India, the population of indigenous people, or Adivasi, what we say is about 110 million, about 8 to 9% of the whole population of the country. And as you know, they are spread out in different parts of the country, mainly where forests are there. So their lives are very linked to forests and natural ecosystems. Now, for the people in power, they are not. Hello. For the people in power, they are not seen as an interesting vote bank, because their culture is, within quotes, primitive. They are shy. They're difficult to reach out to. They speak different languages. I live in a district where there are 25,000 tribal people of 5 different communities who speak different languages. So to reach out to them, to understand what they are all about, nobody has the time, nobody understands. You're talking about very, very complex issues. So I just want to take your point of inequality that you touched upon, which is a very apt point, and how do you understand this process? So if we have to address indigenous people and tribal people in the world, and try and set up a system, or try and have a mechanism, how do you understand their language, and how do you understand what do they actually want? What kind of development do they want? Do they want to be mainstreamed? And if they want to be mainstreamed, in what way would they like to be mainstream. So today I feel that in the process of globalization or the market economy, very few interesting and imaginative solutions are coming out. So how do we, from a CEDA perspective, so when I look at swallows, and we've been working with the swallows since 1992, I see that here is an organization which is very nimble, which is very small, but has got a very interesting grasp across the globe, in terms of Latin America, in terms of India and Bangladesh. Can we learn something from this organization through its partners and provide the mechanisms to give inputs to CEDA, which can come out with pilots and interesting mechanisms to start to work with? I'll stop it there.
Now you're ready.
Sorry. I think what I thought was very interesting about your presentation is that you were telling us about a policy paper that was written in 2005. Was it the earlier one? And it seems to have anticipated in many, many ways what we're seeing in the SDGs. Right? I kind of looked at what you outlined and I thought, well, what has 2015 added to that? And yes, it's added a few things. I think particularly the role of the private sector, which I think was not that strong earlier. But otherwise, you know, the issue about sustainability, of rights, multi-dimensional poverty, all of that is there. I think one of the things that worries me about the SDGs, there's many things that I'm very inspired by, but one of the things that worries me about it is the sheer breadth and the scope of it. And you touched on that when you said all things, everywhere, everybody, everything, right? And there's a danger when something is so inclusive and so all-encompassing that there is wriggle room for people to avoid the things that are difficult and to trumpet the things that are easy. So what I guess I would like to hear from CEDA is, what do you think will be your, what's the word? Unique selling point, your USP in all of this? You know, what? Now I have come to understand as I grow up and mature that you have to balance many different interests within Sweden itself. So it isn't simply that you can go out and say, you know, we're going to be the virtuous leaders. We're going to be the virtuous leaders. So but clearly, within that kind of pragmatism for which the Swedes are so famous, I would love to know, are there specific and quite difficult issues that could be where Sweden provides leadership on the international agenda? And I would like to suggest two, perhaps three. The first is inequalities. And inequalities that tackle top-down. In other words, do not only focus on the very poorest and how to improve their situation, but look at the very richest and ask how they got so rich. You know, what is the justice, the capacity point? You know, what levels of market productivity increases can possibly explain the salaries that are earned at the top? The second that I would like to see that we tackle, and it's a particularly difficult one, because it is the zeitgeist, I think, of the neoliberal world, and that is the private sector. And I'm very glad to hear they're talking about it, but how are they talking about it? You know, simply saying that we're creating jobs is not development. You've seen the kind of jobs we create. So, in a sense, I think what we'd like to see is the private sector being brought in a more engaged way, but really concrete mechanisms of accountability. Because, and I'll kind of stop in here, because I think what really worried me about the report of the high-level panel, chaired by David Cameron, is he talked about government accountability. And we all know the mechanisms on which we hold government accountable. He talked about civil society accountability. But when he talked about corporate sector accountability, he talked in terms of their accountability to their shareholders. And we know it is precisely the myopic nature of shareholders that brought the world to financial crisis. So I would like to know if SIDA has the political space to make a lot of noise about that.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you so much for inviting Forum SID here. If you're not familiar with Forum SID, I should perhaps say that the Swallows are one of our member organizations. We have 150 of those. So from the Forum SID perspective, we've been following both the financing for development, but also the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, very closely these last years. And actually, I wanted to highlight basically the points that you've already highlighted. But if I could just summarize them into three. First, lessons learned from the Millennium Goals to the new ones. Second, the civil society role. And the third one that always come back is the private sector. If we take the first one, I mean, it's nothing new that we have development goals. We started already in 2000. But I think it's important that we do look back just to see what are the lessons learned, especially from the SIDA perspective. Because in the way that you work with them, how are you going to do different working with new goals? How do you see yourself working with the new goals? Because I think the presentation you just gave was excellent. It covered many of the topics, the priorities of the Swedish government, and also, of course, from SIDA. But as you mentioned, when there are a lot of priorities and when there are very important topics, it sometimes just vanish and just goes away. So just to see a little bit how you practically would work with them. We also talked about the role of civil society. I also think it's very important that we stress the fact that we are facing a shrinking space for civil society. From Forum SID's perspective, we have a strong dialogue with our partners, and we can see that some of the countries are shrinking in space when it comes to using the democratic tools that actually are there, and that's very, very worrying. On the other hand, from the Swedish perspective here, Forum SID is one of the organizations that are very closely in cooperation with, for instance, SIDA, the Foreign Ministry, and we have this very good dialogue where we actually bring up challenges, but also solutions for how we can work with this. So I just wanted to stress that out. Well, the third point is, of course, always the issue with the private sector. If you look into the financing for development, the financing for development and the Addis Ababa action agenda goes from a more traditional ODA, the development aid kind of perspective, into more a private sector role. Not to exclude the development aid, but just actually to include it. So just wanted to hear a little bit more from you, because we heard Ulrika Mordier just earlier giving her perspective on working with private sector. But how will SIDA work with this, and especially when it comes to accountability, just like we mentioned before, as an extremely important factor working with the private sector, because the enterprises and private sector do not really always work where, for instance, civil society works, and there are a lot of issues and a lot of reasons for that. But it's important just to hear your thoughts about it as well. Good.
Thank you. So a lot of thoughts, and we are coming back to the real issues. There's a lot of, we should focus on power here, right? So quite a bit of big questions for you to respond to. But let's start and then get back to maybe more on the dialogue. There were many questions for you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't think I would have kind of clear answers to all of them, but we can have a conversation and a dialogue. Yeah. If I start with the comprehensiveness of the Sustainable Development Goals, I think that's a real threat that you are pointing to there. That one can be given that it's the whole thing that we wanted to achieve with making the agenda more comprehensive, with including all of these dimensions of sustainability, etc., can kind of be the threat to the whole agenda in itself, because you can start to cherry pick. And then I'm not sure exactly how to tackle that challenge. I mean, we discussed it in the process with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs when the document was written. You know, how can you emphasize that at least when you are selective, you have to make priorities from the perspective of inclusive and sustainable development. But there's nothing like that in the document. But I think that's, just to come to my last slide there, keep the eye on the ball. If we can try to keep the eye on inclusive and sustainable development and try in each of the contexts where we are to make proper analysis of what are the main challenges and opportunities for inclusive and sustainable development and which parts of the SDG agenda in this context seems then to be the most important ones. That's at least what we can do. You know. Then what the partners in that country or the government, etc., how there is a real risk there. But I think that's one way of seeing it. Then on where Sweden can lead, of course, that's a question, of course, to the State Secretary partly. But what they have given so far, and SIDA also has a new instruction from the Swedish government, which emphasizes the areas that Ulrika was mentioning this morning, which is climate and environment, of course, gender equality, and conflict. And those three as thematic kind of cross-cutting themes, which we should integrate everywhere. And then as a basis for all of the rights perspective and poor people's perspective on development. And I think really that's where we can try to lead and try to provide good examples in the global, together with the whole approach to partnership and ownership, which we have seen. I mentioned the aid effectiveness agenda, but I really think that what we have seen since the last meeting in 2010 is that globally, the whole talking about ownership, about alignment and harmonization, and respecting the context, it's very weakened, and Sweden is the one trying to stand for that. On the lessons from the Millennium Development Goals and how to implement now the Sustainable Development Goals, that's a huge question. I think it's some of the issues that I mentioned in the beginning, and I'll take it together with your question on private sector. SIDA has developed, we have this forum, Swedish Leadership for Sustainable Development, SLSD, which gathers the largest companies in Sweden, like Ericsson, H&M, IKEA, and others. And they have joined with SIDA around a document setting out kind of norms and standards for how you should work and behave. And that's one way for us to try to influence how they are working, and for them to also tap into the knowledge and expertise that SIDA has when it comes to working with rights, etc. So I think further kind of working on those examples. And we have also developed instruments, guarantees for how we, with the Swedish aid, can try to channel private financial flows to development investments. This is a bit more of a challenge and includes a lot of kind of risks, etc. And we're still, developing. But I think that there are a lot of potential in that also. From the MDGs to the SDGs, I think the whole inclusive, sustainable development, yes, absolutely, social economic, but we know that, but also the inclusive and working on inequalities. And here what I can see that is coming up more and more, and where we try to work more proactively and more strategically, is on social security systems and on productive employment. And you can work with productive employment, creating the possibilities for that in different ways in the countries. But really these two areas are coming up very strongly. Regarding indigenous people and the good work that the Swallows is doing across the world, I think one part is just that SIDA is supporting the Swallows in this work, and that's really important. and that's where I was also mentioning the Team Sweden and all of that. And then we have just now coming up a whole week for the Civil Society Week, which is part of this dialogue that you mentioned, where we are trying to have a dialogue and tap into the experiences and lessons that you have within the civil society organizations in working more at the grassroots, where SIDA as an agency normally maybe is not present that much. So I think we have those channels, but maybe we need to work even more to bring it out than in the global dialogue, in the global debate. I think I'll try to cover.
Okay. So I'll briefly just make one comment that you don't have to respond now. I will just, but it's also the challenge that I think Pratim brought up is what if social movements and grassroots movements and organizations representing indigenous people are asking for another kind, other alternatives, other models that is not promoted by SIDA, and we know that there are specific funds for the civil society, but the big money is not there. It's in the bilateral strategies, and so how can SIDA, how can SIDA make those strategies also look into the alternatives proposed by social movements and in this case what you raised, and particularly of indigenous people, because they do not always go hand in hand, and so we're coming back to a lot of issues, and I think we were going to talk about this these 3 days as well, right? So it's a big challenge, because the civil society funds is one space, but it's also what Swedish money is doing in the European Union, the development cooperation, and also in the strategic and regional funds that we have. But please, any of you want to give another comment or some questions for the response that you got from Trula? Naila? And please, you need to speak close to the mic, because we are streaming the conference, and it cannot be heard in the other room.
No, I think she, tried to respond to our questions. I guess I'd just like to return to something that I can't remember. Yes, it was on your PowerPoint. It was about financial resources, right? Different sources of financial resources. And I think we talked about domestic resource mobilization, about aid, about direct investment as well. I think it's really important, especially South Asia, which has, I think, less than 10% of its GDP raised its taxes. So it has some of the lowest tax to GDP ratios in the world. And entire landlords go off without ever being taxed. So we really need to get our own house in order. And we need to work with, people from the outside who will continuously promote that as an aspect or a condition of dialogue. Because, that's one of the ways for greater self-sufficiency and not constantly complaining about, donor payments. But there's the other side of tax, and that is going back to the big guys and the corporations. And it's, we now know that there are corporations that have larger wealth than national governments, and that have ways of avoiding tax that are not available to ordinary people. And we know that there are still these tax havens across the world, and you all talked earlier about people registering in different parts of the world to avoid paying tax. So I think we need a two-pronged approach on resource mobilization. One which is within countries and poorer countries that are remiss in their duty to tax their citizens. But the other is, really shutting off the loopholes, closing those loopholes. I found it extraordinary that it took a terrorist attack to get the US government to put pressure on the Swiss banks to be more transparent in their dealings. Why could that not have happened? Because people should not be having secret accounts in foreign countries. So it is possible to do it. It needs a political will that marginalized people aren't able to evoke. but national security is.
Thank you.
I'm not putting what are you doing? Just in case.
Good, thank you. Pratim.
Just a small point. You responded very well to all our questions. Now, if you see the SDGs, they're a very ambitious document. 17 goals by 2030. It's a great aim, great ambition. But we have heard the Secretary of State this morning, and she says that Sweden has to be a leader, and we like this ambition, and we want to lead. So when you're talking about Team Sweden, and we are here as partners of Swallows for a long time and working in this part of the world, we're partners in Bangladesh, partners in Latin America. Can we think, instead of addressing the problem in a very typical and a structural way, which SIDA does, I'm trying to think, can you have something like a special purpose vehicle where you look at things out of the box? And the Glocal Development Talks is a starter towards that we don't just talk here, but we try and do a pilot in different parts of the world where we look at the people who are falling between the chairs. So the poor people who are actually becoming invisible in this mad rich world. So it could be peasants, Adivasis, artisanal, pastoral people, all across different ecosystems, and revisit some of these stuff that we've started long back, that we've lost it on the way. And with the current dimensions and the current scenarios that are coming up, of private sector playing or claiming to play a bigger role in this sector, yeah, I work with private sector very closely, so I have a different take on that. So, can we make this as an opportunity that we have, like a local think tank, by which we create a field area which provides new insights and data to what we are trying to come out with? Because or else, what's going to happen is, we will check the boxes to say, yes, we work with these people, we have 150 organizations of Forum Sud, and that's what we do. But if we are going to take out nuances of things and try and stitch it together to come up with a strategy of leadership, I think we have to think out of the box.
Thank you. Emily, I give you a very precise minute. We are ending our session, so a very precise to also give True a chance to give us some last reflections.
I will try to. This one? Okay, I will try to be extremely short. Actually, I just wanted to ask SIDA to continue working and inviting us for all the dialogue meetings that we've had, especially the Swedish CSOs have had a very great cooperation with SIDA and the Foreign Ministry, and we really welcome this. And it's not just the civil society organizations, we also have enterprises, the academia, basically everyone, because again, these are universal goals applying to all of us. And yes, we have the Civil Society Week coming up in October, which I think is great. That definitely shows that Sweden is on board. Just let's make other countries on board as well. Good.
Thank you. So some last reflection from you, Troy?
Yeah, just on our support to civil society and human rights. I think we have just made looked at our portfolio for support to democracy and human rights, and what it shows very clearly is that in shares of support, the support to human rights and organizations with human rights has increased immensely the last 10 years, while the support to more kind of public administration reform has been kind of constant in volume and therefore decreasing in shares. And this is in the bilateral support, so this is within each of the bilateral kind of corporations. And my experience from the countries where I have worked is that we are extremely active in supporting voice and accountability in the countries where we work. So that's outside the frame, the big frame support that we give to Swedish civil society. So I hope that I would see that those corporations in the bilateral will also bring, the voice both so that we hear it and can bring it up in global dialogue and also in the national context. That's the whole idea, but it sounds as if you're suggesting we need to improve on this, so we'll see if we can do that. But and then on the tax and illicit financial flows and avoiding tax, etc., it's a big issue, of course. And I think here it's where the policy coherence for development and the restart of that within this government. I haven't heard the State Secretary talking about this coherence agenda like she did this morning for some years. So I think this is particularly this kind of issue that would need to be brought up within that context, so that other policy areas within the Swedish government departments are taking it up and bringing it up. But we can bring it to the table, of course. We can show that from a development perspective, we can see that this is really an issue which we need to work with. And then they are in the different global forums on these tax issues. Yeah, I think that's thanks.
So thank you very much, and we are happy to hear that there's a sort of a new energy put into the old commitments, because there are 13 years of commitment of focusing on rights and people living in poverty. So focusing back on the issues of discrimination, marginalization, and what drives poverty. And also, as Naja said, let's look at the upper part of society too, so where taxation comes in as one dimension. So we're happy to have you here this morning and listen to some of the perspectives. CEDA, which is of course a huge authority, and you work in many areas, so we'll probably come back with some questions to CEDA from the conference, I would guess. And please remember that your input and your reflections, put them in the reflection boxes, so you can come back. And some of you we will hear after lunch break. But now, once again, thank you for the respondents, and thank you so much for being with us this morning. So we will now break for lunch. The conference will continue at 1:30 again in this room, and I'll ask the participants in the
contribute by showing concrete examples of how to transform such a perhaps theoretical concept or too vague of a concept into that leads me to the experiences of Sweden, which I've stated is not only relevant for the restart of PGD here in Sweden, but for many other countries. Because PCD, policy coherence for development, is the way we see it, a key component of having the means of implementation for the entire agenda. Financial aspect and non-financial aspect. And just to say something about where we come in, why we are focusing so much on PCD and the Swedish policy, is that from the start, before 2003, when the PGD was decided, CSOs did a lot of advocacy work in order for the government to tackle the issues of how trade made it difficult for the development goals, tax issue, security issue, and so forth. So we did, starting from 2006, we made a barometer, a biannual barometer evaluating Swedish policy for global development. And this was a way for us to highlight what the government did not do regarding having a perspective of people living in poverty, or having the rights perspective, or not tackling the issues of the incoherences. And this one you can find at one of the tables outside, and you can also download it from our website. And throughout the years, we've seen some progress, I've said that, but there are some issues that keep coming back as challenges and needs to be dealt with today, and needs to be dealt with for all countries almost. And once again, I think it was six bullet points for the previous slide. I have 6 bullet points here, trying to summarize key challenges for the government. The first one, political leadership. And as you can imagine, political leadership is key. Even though you have a coherence policy, it usually ends up being something for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Development Minister. You need to have continuously having signals from the top down, from the Prime Minister and from the other people in the cabinet, that PGD is a priority, and that you need to take into account the perspective of people living in poverty and the rights perspective. And this leads us to the second one, the whole of government approach in practice, the lack of ownership. And that is a real lesson learned for us here in Sweden, that, and we did talk about it for lunch as well, that usually you have several ministries that are not engaged or not aware of this principle and how to operationalize it, and how to bring it within the policy decision cycle. For example, if it's the Ministry of Enterprise or the Ministry of Finance. This needs to happen, linking it to the first one. Coordination and resources has been key. You don't have many people that formally has PGD as part of their portfolio, so you need to improve that. The PGD perspectives, number 4, you need to have clear objectives and knowledge about the effects. And once again, we do talk about the perspective of people living in poverty and the rights perspective. If not, you can't do well-informed decisions and include it in the objectives when putting together what should be the aim for the Ministry of Justice for the coming 3 years. You need to have a good analysis, and then you need clear objectives and resources. 5th one, and that is perhaps why we started doing this, as I mentioned. In 2003, the government said that it should deal with conflicts of interest within the ministries and between ministries in a transparent way. But in the end, they did avoid it, because it is a delicate issue. Arms trade is an obvious one here in Sweden, where Sweden is one of the worst countries in the EU regarding exporting arms to countries that are non-democracies or in conflict. The last one, and we can come back to some of the concrete conflicts of interest. I think Emily will touch upon 1 or 2 of them, and then we can have discussion about them, because that is key. And the final one increased participation to strengthen accountability. That is very much linked to the previous ones, that in order to make well-informed decisions, you need to involve delegations in countries, you need to inform CISOs, private sector, academia. And because the PGD is really the policy for the entire country, not only for the government. And all of these are, in a sense, relevant when implementing the Agenda 2030. You need to have the leadership within the countries when putting together national development plans, which is not only for the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You need to have the whole of government approach in practice with ownership among the decision makers and so forth. So, for now, I only have time to touch upon them briefly. We did discuss them more in detail in our reports from Concord Sweden and Concord Europe, and I think these can be useful when putting together development plans, which includes all actors and all dimensions of development and sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Peter. And the last bullet, bringing back to what you talked about, the mechanism and how you make all these commitments work it's key, right? How to work with the accountability, and the barometer is one way, is one technique of holding duty bearers accountable. So thank you for now. If you want to stay at the stage, you're welcome. But please, Emily from Forum Syd, Emily Aho, you will just continue the flow here with giving examples from being part of the Swedish civil society, working for global justice, and you were also part of the official delegation, the Swedish delegation in Addis Ababa.
Yes. Oh, perfect.
Please go ahead.
Great. Super. Here, do you have your coffee? Okay, great. Super. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, I'm actually here with two hats. First of all, of course, as a representative for Forum Syd, but also actually as one of the CEOs that had a possibility to be in the official delegation to the UN, both during negotiations in New York, but also during the Financing for Development conference that took place in Addis Ababa now in July. So that's why I'm here. And I wanted, first of all, actually, to give you a little bit of a heads up and some knowledge and some inputs from what we experienced the process was, and also what our role was in, or actually still is, in the general and overall post-2015 process and agenda. There's a lot of text. I'm not sure if you see it, but it doesn't matter, actually. If you just listen and ask a lot of good questions later on, we will be perfect. So before, if we just think about early this year, starting January, February, when the real work, where the more intensive work of the beyond and post-2015 work actually started, Forum Syd was working together with Concord, because I am in one of the steering working groups within Concord on both financing for development, but also post-2015. So all basically the lobby work and the advocacy work started very much in January, February, when all the negotiations basically started. Forum Syd was one of the civil society organizations in Sweden being invited by the Foreign Ministry and by SIDA, of course, for meetings and dialogues about what the Swedish positions were and what the priorities from the civil society were, because it was extremely important for the new government that just took place last year, what kind of priorities we had that they also could have as a priority. And also we heard that from Ulrika Moder when she was here earlier, because you will see the bullet points that I'm showing very soon, that those 5 things actually reflect very well with the government perspectives too. I think it's important to understand that post-2015 is not just about the SDGs. It's very much about financing for development, but also about the climate taking place in November, December. All these kind of three processes are running parallel, and we have continuously been working on all of them at the same time. But of course, meeting different representatives at the ministries and different ministers. So before, or actually always, maybe I should start with saying, is that we do have the voice of the people. I mean, that's why we're working and that's why we are here. But before the negotiations started, as I said, we met with the ministers. But what happened before that is what people actually describe as the most inclusive process ever. Well, perhaps you know, but a couple of years ago, there was this democracy tool, if you can put it that way, that civil society, normal citizens, enterprises, actually whoever could send in requests and ideas for what should be included in the post-2015 agenda. The criticism against that was like, when you get thousands of suggestions, if you just put them and actually into practice, well, it was a lot of them. But of course, they ended up in the SDGs that we have now. If we're talking about what our role was during the process, and especially during the negotiations in spring and also in the summer, was that Peter and I and some other civil society organizations were part of the official Swedish delegation. So we went with our ministers to New York and to Addis Ababa, giving our thoughts, inputs, and also advice, of course. What was so special with this? Well, actually, Sweden was one of the few countries that actually included civil society in their official delegation. Because in all the UN negotiations, of course, you have a space for civil society organization, but that space are very limited. But in this way, we actually had the possibility to be within the rooms with the other delegations and actually do lobby work and also monitoring and being the watchdog that Peter told before about. But I think we're also here to see what the role will be afterwards. And what I actually wrote here was that implementation, supporting, we're talking about monitoring, we're talking about implementation. I think we also always need to remember what a role is. Basically, we do have, what I wrote here, ears to the ground. This is how Forum Syd works, and this is how basically we all work. The challenges that we faced, both before, during, but now also after the post-2015 process, is something that we actually touched upon before. We're talking about shrinking space. We know that some countries are limiting the space for civil society organizations doing democracy work, and that is extremely, extremely worrying. We also had the issue that we touched upon before about the private sector. What is the role of the private sector? Are they just going to be there as a partner? Are they going to take over some of the traditional development aid processes that are already started? What will be their role? We also talked a little bit about accountability, which was extremely important before, but also after. And if we just put all of these thoughts into one perspective and then just see more practically what the issues that the Swedish civil society organizations actually wanted to achieve, both during the SDGs but also FFD. We'll start with the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. We said that, well, of course, I mean, we have to put everything into a wider perspective. These 5 points that we have here, I mean, we basically sent in recommendation about all kinds of aspects, all paragraphs, basically all goals as well with the SDGs. But here are just a summarize of some of the issues that I work with, that we also work with within the Concord Working Group. And the first one is the official development and aid. So Sweden, by tradition, of course, is a development aid country. We said that, you know what, we want, of course, not less than 0.7% per year. Did we succeed? Well, yes, we did. You can see in the Financing for Development document, we can see that there is a recommitment of 0.7%, but there is basically no timeline. What we said was like, how many countries have actually fulfilled their obligations of the development aid before? Well, it was almost 5 countries, Sweden included. We said that it's extremely crucial for development aid to actually continue flowing. But we didn't get the timeline until 2020 that we wanted, but we did get the recommitment. Another thing that we also worked extremely hard with, and especially, I have to say especially, with our partner organizations around the world, was the issue of tax evasion, so capital flight, illicit financial flows. That was one of the major points for us. Did we succeed? Well, both yes and no, because tax issues were still, well, maybe I should put it like this before. What we wanted with tax was that we wanted an intergovernmental tax body under the UN. We didn't get that, but we did get the fact that the tax issues were the last thing that the countries could, or the states couldn't actually agree on in Addis. So we got an upgraded tax committee. And if you look at the migrants or migration in diaspora, we did succeed because now it's actually recognized within the document. Remittances, we said that we want different kinds of ways for remittances to be sent. We did get that. And when we're talking about the private sector, we said that, of course, we want private and public partnerships, but we have to think of the fact that they also need to be accountable. Just very, very quickly. We don't need to go through them because we have been touching upon them today. But what we said from the Swedish perspective was that human rights approach, poverty, equality, being universal, as we said, and of course, peace and freedom of violence. This agenda is extremely ambitious, almost too ambitious, would some people say, but it's also good that there are visions, and that's what we are kind of proclaiming here. I know that you're waving with a minute sign here, but let's go back. I just wanted to give you a very short overview of what the Swedish civil society organization was part of before, during, and of course now after, and that's what we're focusing on right now. And of course some of the bullet points and some of the stance points that we were dealing with and lobbying for. And of course always with the partner organizations and our country offices. Okay, great.
Okay. So the discussion doesn't end here. Now I would like to invite the respondents. So Kush Kabir, welcome back to the respondent role. And Anita? Yes, there you go. So we're inviting, yes, you're staying, and I think you we will have to share one of the mics, right? Or maybe we could have your mic? Maybe? Yes. Yeah. So, Anita, you are, sorry, Santa Kumare. Yes, yeah. You're working for the Swallows in India, and so we welcome you on the stage right now. And then we have Sukanta Sen, who comes from Barsi, and in Bangladesh, and all of you who are invited back on the stage, you have a very long experience of working for the civil society. So we will have perspectives from India and Bangladesh on this process, and I think you will probably have a lot of questions to these Swedish colleagues. So we have a full panel of CSO representatives here right now. So why don't we start with you, Anita?
with some reflections that you might have on what Emily and Peter said, and about, well, what can Swedish CSOs actually do within this process. So please go ahead, Anita.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, because it was, we directly relate to the civil society a lot. In that sense, it was very interesting to look at, and also we could see some of the dilemmas that were coming out when you are, talking in a larger forum. But then my responses are like some, it is again related to the discussions that we were having in the morning in terms of setting of the agenda. When we are talking about the SDGs, like who sets these agenda? What are the possibilities of smaller groups working in there to voice their opinion? Of course, you said that this was also a process wherein there was a broad spectrum of civil society groups that were involved in it. Probably when I look back at the partners that we work with, I'm sure there are so many issues coming out there also, and in these larger forums, usually what happens is that when you are, there is also many ways that you could get excluded, not by default, but then, in terms of the language, in terms of the accessibility, in terms of being there in time, in the whole process. So that is one of the comments that I have to the SDGs and the discussions that we had in the morning, and also to you. The second one which I'm talking about is about the role of private sector, because this is coming up again and again, and we seem to be somewhat comfortable with the private sector coming in here as well. But the problem is, of course, you can't, dealing markets. They do play a major role. But the issues here is, like now, we are talking about tax evasion as one of the, ways to control that. But for us, maybe when I look back at the discussions that we had yesterday, and also the concerns that the partners have, and also the communities that have, the question is not only about tax evasion. We do have a problem with that, and also even if that is implemented, there are some other issues as well. But the larger issue is about the kind of, the kind of operational values that they bring, or the lack of values that they have in the communities, which result in blatant exploitation. And there's nothing talked about that, So that is one of the questions, or one of the areas which I feel like we need to discuss more to protect the rights of the communities, The second one is, of course, we did have some mention about it, because even if it is tax evasion, or good taxation practices, in countries like India, and I think in Bangladesh also, safety nets are not so good. So even the money could end up in more infrastructural projects, or not really to reduce the gap, but in fact more to increase the inequality. So that is my second point that I wanted to raise here. The third one is, of course, when we are talking about the means of implementation. In your presentation you have said, it is universal and all countries are part of it. But then how do we make it differentiation in terms of the responsibilities in relation to the kind of, how we contribute to the problem? Is that something what we need to look at, or is there a possibility that we need to, take that further? That is one, and yeah, of course. Yeah, we could. Yeah, that's fine.
So Sukata, let's hear from you.
Okay. Thanks, Emily, for this presentation. Actually, as I am representing a very small grassroots civil organization, and when there is any conference, any SDC like this, or lots of like Agenda 21 or things like that, then we have been fair actually that now we have to maybe additionally include one or two more indicators how we can achieve that, whether our project or program was not projected on that way or not, but we have to, because we have to prove that yes, we have contributed to achieve that SDC or DG or SDG 21. But as a general practitioner, I did not find any difference whether Agenda 21 or SDG or SDG, whatever it is. But of course, as a developing country or a least developing country still yet, we have to face it. But other things that, as you mentioned, that SDG is for all, by all, as you mentioned. But when you look at the SDG, draft SDG 13, the climate issues, that's mainly to say that we have to implement or we have to take over all those things that we have created. But actually we have not created. But we have to implement or we have to educate ourselves, we have to adopt ourselves. But as I know now, I have 50 years. Over the last 50 years, I have seen it as I am from a rural area, the local community, they have to face or they have to adopt lots of things. When there's a disaster, when there's a political disaster, social disaster, everything. So how many it is possible for our communities to adopt those things? If this is really considered the rights issue, but why not the rights is for all? It is not rights to implement only the people, those who we are not guilty at all, or we have not created the problem, but how the false solution can solve the problem. And another is the private relation, private public, as you also mentioned that. And we are feared as well, because if we see in our country like Syngenta or Unilever or even different in the name of social business or so many things, that the thing that is a very easy way, because those lots of microcredit NGOs are working, so they have 100,000 group, they have money. So channelize all those things to help the people say, okay, you can buy liver products, or you can buy Danone products, or you can buy liver brothers product or Bata even. So how this private-public partnerships can really help the community, because it proved that it did not work. Whether if it is work, maybe we did not say that it's okay. Recently our government or Prime Minister, Economic Minister, Finance Minister addressed the MDG review report 2015. And said it's okay, we have reduced the law. But still there are lots of poverty-stricken people. They are facing lots of social injustice and economic injustice as well. So it is also intention that when we say yes, okay, rights is there, but actually, in my sense, rights is not there. So I hope that you will be listening.
Thank you. And Kushi, let's hear some of your reflections.
Okay, I think, thank you. I was looking through the program, and we are going to be talking about the feminist perspective and climate the next 2 days. So I won't mention that here. I was just trying to say that in terms of looking at time, though they're very important and need to be mentioned again and again. Thank you very much, both of you, for the presentation. It gave us a very good overview of the process in which the Swedish civil society was involved even in the official delegation, which is something that's useful, that's positive, but unfortunately not true for most of the nations that were participating. So, whereas it gives what the Secretary for State was saying, good examples, but the good examples is not the general rule or the average, what is happening. Now, in these, when setting out the agendas, when setting out what the roles will be, what the outcomes are going to be. Now, as I said to the first thing, that all civil society organizations are not the same. We come from a different spectrum. And how does one ensure that all these different interest groups and different positions and positionings that one has, can that be included? Now, in all these international discussions, it's not something that, like Shukanta just said now, and it's not something that everybody can be part of. It needs a different kind of negotiation skills and also needs a different kind of interaction to be able to do that. Now, I think it's important for us, while we stand here, to think of mechanisms through which not everybody can be present or should be present or will have the space to be present or the skill. So how can we then ensure that these voices, these concerns, these what people look at as the major agenda can be then debated, thought out, and brought forward? So is there a mechanism of linking those who are not going to be there with those who are going to be there? I think that's a process that needs to be thought out very much, because people go on, often a lot of people who go are not making the right kind of interventions that are required, because when they go there, they're just wandering around and often not knowing what to do. So it is a skill that not everybody has, and I don't think everybody needs to have it, but that's point number one I wanted to bring out. When you talked about, when the political leadership being the key, absolutely. Now, how do we ensure our political leadership is listening to us? We talked about the lack of democratic space, the stifling of voices, especially of the excluded communities. So, what are mechanisms, again, I think this is something that we need to think about. What are mechanisms through which these voices and issues in all these SDGs that are coming out do not negatively impact those who are already negatively impacted? So, that they're not forgotten, they're not left in. I mean, these are the concerns that I have, and that I think that as members of being neither in the private sector nor in the government, as members of society at large, how do we then interact in a way that we can ask for accountability? We can do it within our own nation states, but where our nation states, like if I give the example of Bangladesh, we have more or less no opposition in the parliament. The reason the opposition decided not to take part means that the government in power feels they don't need to listen to anybody. So when from the civil society we raise issues or voices, they don't feel the need to listen unless it's a mass movement out on the streets, where you stop traffic, you stop everything. I mean, that's not a very progressive way of being able to raise your concern and get your voice heard. Why should we always be out on the streets shouting with and slogan and stopping work just to be able to have rationality brought into government policies? So so when you talk about that, it's very important that we also have to talk about the realities that exist elsewhere of how we want to do that. And I think what is missing, which I see, and I don't know whether this is a question I have to y'all, whether you all raised it. When I read the SDGs, the need for structural change, which is the crux of what is the problem, the root of the problem, I do not see that reflected. I do not know whether those of you who represented, I'd say all of us, did raise that issue at all. Was there space for this to be raised at all? And that, unless we look at that issue, everything else will become meaningless. And the concerns that were raised about the financing, of the whole, through whether it's taxes locally, whether it's remittances, whether it's private sector, or whether it's development aid. I'm ending now. So all those areas need to be looked at very carefully in terms of transparency and accountability by the people who these processes affect the most. It's not a us and them kind of a situation. So I think it's very important that as we talk about civil society, and from a civil society perspective, that we do address these issues when we are talking.
Okay. Thank you. And I would also more comment, because I see you're very polite to the Swedish society, civil society representatives here. And I don't have to be polite because I'm part of it. So, actually, because given that space of going to Addis Ababa or going to UN, representing Swedish civil society organization working for social justice, you have that space because you partner with grassroots movements and social movements and civil society organizations all over the world. That is a space that you haven't been given just because, but because you have these partnerships. So how do you, I mean, being a platform organization and also a platform, you know, sort of, how do you secure that that space is not occupied only by Swedes and Swedish voices, but actually you're bringing on board all the voices of your partners, and secure that those partners also bring on board the voices of actually what Kushi said here, the people who are directly concerned about all these issues. So I just wanted to put that in the pot as well. So some reflection, maybe it's not questions to you, but let's see some of your reflection. Would you like to start, Peter or Emily? No, you don't have to answer.
Who is starting? First of all, I just have to say I think it's extremely good questions, because we have also been asking ourselves the same questions actually before. And especially with this inclusive issue, like how do we ensure that all our partners, you know, their voices are actually brought up to the table? And we did actually raise that question when we met with the Foreign Ministry several times, because we said like, well, you know, I might have the hat today as a civil society organization based in Sweden, but we are not primarily working with Sweden or Swedes. And they, you know, we actually raised that kind of questions. And well, for my part, when I did, because I actually started at Forum Syd only in January, and what I did, the first thing that I did when I started this, when I knew that I was having meetings with the Foreign Ministry in the delegation, was that I actually had some dialogues and meetings with our partners in our countries, because for me it was very important that I directly actually got some inputs and views about what they thought was important. And I also gave them some homework to do. I said, you know what, until next time, just make sure that you do a little bit of research in your community, make sure that you can bring the things to me, and I'll make sure, or at least I'll try to bring that to the table to the ministry meetings that we had. And I believe that, I think, and I'm pretty sure that Ulrika here this morning actually tried to raise that as well, because we have been highlighting the fact that we are very honored that we had a place in the delegation, but there was lots of our partner organizations and countries that didn't have that. And actually that brings back to your question about who is setting the agenda. And when I think of that, I think of two key things. First of all, power relations, and then when it comes to resources. I think it's extremely important. And we do see that during the negotiations and during the conferences and so on. We do see that there is a large representation from Western countries. And where is everyone else? I was actually talking to some of the official delegations from West Africa, and I said, so where is your civil society and how have you been working with this? And they didn't really actually have an answer to that. So then what I did was I went to our representatives to ask, so how are you making sure that all your partner delegations from the other countries are working the same way as you, if it's the best way? But I do believe that is a very, very important issue, and it will be, I mean, the post-2015 is now entering Agenda 2030, so I mean, the race is definitely not over, basically it's just starting. What did I move back to my people here? So when we talk about how civil society, different civil society perspectives and minorities can be included, well, I do think it is through some of the platforms that we have to build or still develop, but also through our partnerships. And I mean, the Swedish civil society actually have a responsibility as well. I mean, we have to be better in working with our partners and making sure that the voice from other people are heard as well. Because sometimes I do think that we believe that there are some issues that we should bring up, but maybe it's actually different ones, or those issues are going in the other direction. So that's something that I will bring home definitely. It's always good with reminders, but we have raised those issues ourselves. Peter, do you want to add something?
Well, the first question again, I think it's a key one, and you started with it as well, regarding the accessibility. Who has been who has been part of the negotiation process? Who has had the capacity to participate? We, as Concord Sweden, have for Sweden member and almost 60 other organizations. We don't have partners ourselves, but it is an ongoing challenge, especially if you look at the negotiation process in New York, this winter and spring, where we came up with our joint messages and recommendations, and that happened in a relatively short amount of time. And of course, the members, Forum Syd, Church of Sweden, Diakonia, Africa Groups of Sweden, and all these other organizations, of course, have ongoing dialogue and communication with their partners. But there are some key challenges with regard to having to respond quickly to Swedish negotiator at that very time. And I felt that, I'm sure you can agree, that it was a challenge for us to be able to get feedback and have a proper answer, which was based on dialogue with partners and movements in other countries. I'm sure, and I have seen that many organizations have improved that aspect in order to be able to work more long-term with their advocacy work, but still, it's a key challenge. I agree. I wanted to respond to several of the questions. Some were comments, but just to agree. I'm going to jump between these, and hopefully I will not forget anything. But, for example, the issue of structural change. Important one, a key one, and one which we try to include more properly as part of the Addis Ababa conference and the negotiations taking place ahead of that meeting. The problem there is that was FFD was a process initiated by developing countries. It was not an OECD-initiated process. And from Monterrey, you have systemic issues included. Systemic issues in the sense, issues about the financial system and economic system. And even though you didn't have not sort of clear commitments or recommendations that brought about structural change, you at least had it there. But then the response we got when discussing it, because it was part of the international sort of CSO and movements agenda, we got the response that, well, now we're entering territory of the WTO. Now we're entering territory of the IFIs, of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, which is strange to say because that's what happens in other fora. You don't have to be. You can in OECD. You are moving sort of. You are including more and more systemic issues without having a proper sort of legitimate body. But here they were quite sort of sensitive about these issues. So in the end you had it, but you didn't have sort of ambitious recommendations. So it was just some wording which sounded good, but it wasn't that sort of concrete or didn't bring about change. So I think that's what I felt happened during sort of March, April, May, when we tried to, and perhaps some countries, member state representatives tried to include it. That is also linked to another question with the role of the private sector, I think, and the issue of that. My perception of some of the processes at the moment is that you have this. The state is sort of moving away from its responsibility, its primary responsibility as a regulating power. And of course, in practice, states often don't have the regulatory power because it's only a small state and you have the power relations. But that's why it's even more important to include these kinds of discussions in the international forum and talk about the state having the primary response and having the regulatory power when it comes to reporting on the private sector and their influence on the environment or human rights, for example. But in the end, you had it as part of the Agenda 2030 and the agenda in Addis. But once again, it was sort of voluntary. The state did not sort of have clear guidance and regulatory responses in those documents towards the private sector. Whereas in other aspects, you can see that you have moved quite far with regard to the enabling environment for companies in countries, where you have the sort of legal system for the private sector and companies in other countries. So there is a difference there, which I think is worrying, and where you could have hoped for a lot more regarding the role of the state and the role of the private sector. Yeah, it's linked to that, but you brought up the PPPs, public-private partnerships. I think in the end we went away from some of the phrasing and paragraphs which were very worrying that you had in some of the drafts leading up to these meetings, where they wanted, sort of, in order to get the private sector on board, you had messages that did not problematize the experience of PPPs, because you need to have in place sort of certain mechanisms in order for PPPs to work. And in practice, we don't have that many examples, but we have even more negative examples. So I have to remember how it ended up, but I think they could have gone further. But based on what we did see in the beginning, in March, April, I think you had an outcome document which clearly states at least what needs to be in place. But then it's a paragraph, so you need to do a proper follow-up on that, because you do see that a lot, the willingness to, if you don't have enough state capacity or state resources, you do see a lot of movement towards PPPs and other mechanisms as a solution for means of implementation and funding.
Okay, so it could have been worse, that's what I'm saying. So let's hear any more. I mean, so it becomes more of a discussion using the last minutes. Anita, you want to give some more reflections on what had been said, or something else, bring something else to the discussion?
Yeah, I think there are two more reflections which I would like to say. One is, like, in the morning we heard that, the State Secretary also saying that, Sweden would like to be seen as, by leading by example. So in that context, when we are talking about the SDGs, because it's a kind of a, it's not, when we are talking about the SDGs and the goal on food security, is it possible that we could tweak that? Because food security is not an area that most of the civil society organizations or the partners that we work with will agree, because they are working more in terms of food sovereignty in certain terms. So what will be like, for example, food security is the priority, and then will all the support be directed in that sense and not in the terms of food sovereignty? That's one thing. And then second, again, because when we are talking about food security, you are also opening up the door saying that, technology and also all the, larger transnational companies in terms of genetically modified seeds and more, taking away the rights of the marginalized communities. So that is very problematic for the work that we do in India and also in Bangladesh, So in that way, can Sweden take a stand and say, okay, we align to this and we would like to walk one step further and, make it as a full sovereignty, which would really empower the communities. That's one thing. And
sorry, Anita, could you just help us here in the room? Just give us a quick definition of what food sovereignty is.
Yeah. Yesterday we had a lot of discussion on food sovereignty, and yes, the food sovereignty is essentially the right of the people to decide what kind of crops that they want to grow, what kind of food they want to eat, and also their right over the farming systems. so that means they can preserve their seeds, they can, have their, preserve the traditional varieties of the seeds, which is fast growing out from the farms in the name of, pest resistant, which is coming with a packaged a multinational corporation bringing out a seed saying that, you grow this, then 10 times you get the crop and farmers fall for that, or, and then again every year they are dependent on these companies to buy their seeds. So they literally lose the kind of control that they had, and also they are getting culturally extinct because, some kind of food is so, we relate to it so culturally. It's our relation to the land, it's our relation to the systems and the practices that we have. So that is, and also it's very easy to say food security to end hunger, but not food sovereignty, because then we are also saying that, we define the kind of markets we want. So that is, in a way, it's a political statement.
And we will come back to discussions on that, but I think it's good to explain what it's all about.
Yeah, and
very briefly, because we don't have that much more time, so...
Yes, I understand that. And the second question, I think I should raise this, because like when we are talking about, standardization of the goals and the reporting system, everything, it's good in a way we are streamlining it. But then, does that mean, Sukanta raised already, does that mean more indicators for us? Or, more reporting systems for us? Or some small NGOs that are doing exemplary work get, left out because they just can't produce a report. So these are again concerns which are coming when we are working from our experience. And the other one is does this also have an enabling framework wherein we are not working on a suitcase more like, 2-year, 3-year, 4-year project, or will it also, because these are larger issues that we work with, and what would be the period of cooperation, because that is very, very significant to bring about a sustained change. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm in a dilemma, because I don't think I will have time to give any more time to Peter and Emily. And this is what I will do these days. When we don't have time, I will ask our distinguished guests to talk. So just listen and learn, okay? So, Kushi.
I thought you were saying we were going to go. But no, I think it's a very important point that has been raised, is this is for 2030. And if projects from each, or funding or support, financial support from each, whether it's within the country which has a 5-year plan, or whether it's aid coming from outside in the name of aid for 3 years, or whether it's private partnership, which is for a couple of years or something, people like to see something and result at the end of the 3-year or 5-year or 2-year or whatever, which is not something that when you're talking about 2030, and not these 17 issues that are being raised. And that's something that has to be fought out quite strongly, because so that it doesn't get reduced to 17 separate goals, with each goal having their own separate, targets. And I think one thing is that talking about the means of implementation and revitalize global partnership for sustainable development, which is goal 17, has to be thought out in terms of with everybody in it, What is the system that we can develop, which is inclusive? And I was thinking of the UPR method, which is used for the Universal Periodic Review, where the outside of the government, you can send in as many reports as you want, and they get sent around to everybody. So it's not that it's only one civil society report that gets given, it's a lot. And I think for the SDGs, this is a periodic review system has to be brought out in terms of looking at even the private sector, and see if the private sector has been behaving in the way it should have been behaving. So I don't want to add any more, except the thing about taking into consideration what the Secretary of State has said, that both, mobilizing and movements have to be incorporated.
Okay. So Kanta, I will give you 1 minute to end this session. with some reflection.
Just say that, yes, okay, fund is important, but what is important that fund is not for project implementation, rather to process implement. Because if we really achieve this MDG or SDG, fund is required how we can implement to import the process of the community. So funding, if funding is mechanism is developed, then we have to take care that funding should be the process development, not to implement any projects.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're back to a lot of the issues that's coming back to us again and again. But we have different roles to play here, right? And I think there was a lot of good messages to the two representatives for Swedish civil society. And the discussion goes on with the Swedish government. We still have SIDA present here, so let's see what we can do these years. And it's 2030, it's not 2-year project visions, right? So thank you very much for this. And Monica also wants to give her special thanks to Emily and Peter. Thank you once again for the good work today. And we've been listening to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, we've been listening to SIDA, we've now heard some voices from the Swedish civil society, and now it's time to bring the academics and hear a little bit about another perspectives on all these processes. And I think, Naya, I'll invite you first. Is it a break? Yes. Oh, sorry. I'm pushing. Sorry. Okay, sorry. We have 50 minutes. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I'm pushing you too much. Sorry. So 15 minutes, and when we're back, all of us here, we will hear from Stina Hansson and Naila Kabir giving their perspectives on the topics of today. Thank you.
Staying here.
shared power and responsibility at home, at work, and in design community. And the other interesting point to remember about Beijing is that it identified 12 critical areas. But these were areas that had been identified on the basis of a long history of scholarship and activism, which had served to identify what women across the world regarded as the areas for intervention. So it was about poverty, education training, violence against women, the effects of armed conflict, and so on. And then we had the Millennium Declaration, very, very grand, words. Men and women have the right to live their lives and raise their children in dignity, free from hunger, free from violence, oppression, and injustice. And they made all these resolutions about gender equality, women's empowerment, and went back to CEDAW about discrimination. But the 1990s was also the era of aid fatigue. With the end of the Cold War, there was also less of an interest in the strategic funding of third world development, as we no longer had to play off, trying to win the third world away from the joys of communism. And so we also saw a momentum around trying to make aid relevant. So people within the aid community got together and started to promote what has been called the Human Development Agenda, but one influenced by the kind of new public management language at that time, and hence results-based management. So the Human Development Report, the Social Summit, the OECD DAC countries, which are the same year as thousands of women converged in Beijing, a small group of mainly white men met in Paris and came up with the International Development Goals, which was going to coordinate OECD in partnerships on development. So when we look at the OECD International Development Targets, here they are, I'm not going to read them out. And then we looked at what came out of the Millennium Declaration, and it's almost exactly the same. So what we ended up with after the Millennium Declaration were a set of targets that had been devised by a group of largely white rich men in Paris. So if we look very closely at the commitment to gender equality, we find that it has been translated into a target which is about disparities in primary and secondary education, and then at all levels. And that the indicators are gender equality in education, literate women, share of women in non-agricultural employment, and seats held by women in parliament. Somehow, the logic of this hierarchy suggests that if we want to empower women and get gender equality, we have to educate them, and once we educate them, they will get into parliament, they will get into the labour market, and they will do all these wonderful things. So there was quite a flawed research logic behind this, because clearly you can educate women and they don't necessarily go into parliament. So we had this whole period of feminists wondering whether we should really be working with the MDGs, given that Beijing and the 12 critical areas have disappeared. However, I think as Peggy Andrews said, well, we've got to work with what we've got. And if this is the mainstream agenda, this is an opportunity for feminists to get into that mainstream agenda. And with the Millennium Project, headed by Sachs, we saw new goals being brought in, and universal access to reproductive health by 2015 was brought in, and productive employment, which had been very sadly missing from the MDGs. But what we then saw is a reluctance to have a Beijing plus 10, a new world conference. And we can understand why when we look at the battles that have gone on in CSW, the Committee for the Status of Women, year after year. And that battle has been around women's bodies. So anything about condemning violence against women, we had Iran suggesting let's not support pornography. We had the US trying to weaken human rights language and delete references to CEDAW and to the convention. supported by Iran, Pakistan. We had the US proposal when we tried to talk about reaffirming Beijing that there should be no new rights. And by no new rights, of course, they meant sexual rights which were missing. And resisted anything to do with abortion. And then we would have the Russians joining in and wanting to remove traditional from the phrase traditional harmful practices. And of course the Vatican has been active throughout all this. So what we've seen since the decade of rights is an ongoing skirmishes and battles which are played out in these international forums but are particularly interesting in the CSW meetings each year. And then, of course, the 57th session when we, after the Egyptian Revolution, we had the Muslim Brotherhood. And I included this because I thought it was most extraordinary, because it said that if we look at what the articles of the agreement of this 57th session contain, we will see what decadence awaits our world if we sign this document. And apart from the usual, it will grant girls full sexual freedom and the freedom to decide their own gender and the gender of their partners. It will grant equal rights to adulterous wives and illegitimate sons, equal rights to homosexuals, all of this, of course, will lead to decadence. But it also will give women equal rights to legal complaints against husbands. It will replace guardianship with partnership in marriage. It will remove the authority of divorce from husbands and place it in the hands of judges. But what was, of course, interesting is that while we had people like Huntington, etc., portraying all this as, the West versus the rest, a lot of the resistance to this kind of conservatism came from within the South. So you have the Arab caucus, who immediately accused their leaders of using arguments based on religion, etc., to allow the violation of human rights to continue. And the taboos and politicization of issues around sexuality have been a major hindrance to gender justice. And the Asia Pacific Forum. So, what we have is the experience of the international community. I don't know if it was 179 or what number of governments that signed on to a very stirring declaration. We had that declaration watered down to 8 goals, which had a remarkable resemblance to the goals that had been decided by the OECD countries. And then we had this ongoing struggle with the Vatican almost like a constant factor, but backed by people who would not normally talk to each other. The Christian conservatives in the US and the Islamic fundamentalists in other countries. So very unholy alliances built, and the issue at stake has always been women's bodies, sexual and reproductive rights and health. However, in contrast, I think, to the silence around how the MDGs got formulated, we've had a very loud consultations around the SDGs. What will be the post-MDG agenda? And we've seen all the different surveys, thousands of people consulted by face-to-face and electronically. We've had AVID's survey of all its member organizations, and we've seen certain priorities expressed by feminists across the world, which are remarkably converging. And they include, as a priority, the issue of violence against women and girls. They include economic empowerment and decision-making power, rights to resources. So despite all the cultural differences, there are certain issues on which we can all converge. And what the strategy has been, given that the MDGs confined gender equality to education with a little nod towards these indicators, the strategy of UN Women and all the other women's organizations has been a two-track development. That we want a standalone goal on gender equality, in which we cover those issues that do not fit easily into the rest of the development agenda. And we want mainstreaming of gender equality in all the other goals. And so that, I think, is where we have arrived. So as Anna, I can't remember her surname, describes it, what we have today in the SDG agenda, the one that's going to be discussed, is a bittersweet victory. There is a lot of sweetness in it. So we have gender equality and women's empowerment is 5 minutes. It's recognized as a crucial contribution, as a standalone goal. It talks about discrimination and gender-based violence. It talks about unpaid care work. It talks about access to sexual and reproductive health care services and education for all. There's a strong reference to human rights and non-discrimination. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities are recognized, acknowledging that different countries contributed differentially to environmental degradation and have different capacity for responsibilities. It includes all countries as a part of the agenda, rather than confining it to 4 countries. And very importantly, for someone like me who works on the labour markets, it has a strong focus on social protection and decent work. Not so good is the refusal, is including empowerment of women and girls every time we use the word gender equality, in order to avoid recognizing LGBT rights or any form of protection based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Very sad is what we've talked about today, inadequate funds to fund the SDG, or to make the necessary changes in global governance, macroeconomics, financial trade, tax, debt, in fact the economic justice agenda. Very weak on the economic justice agenda. Determined efforts to shift responsibility for carrying on the SDGs to poor countries and private corporations. All references to the redistribution of wealth deleted by the US, and insistence that resources will come from growth, not the redistribution of wealth. And of course, what we've talked about, prominent role to the private sector without any accountability mechanisms put in it. So I want to just end with a number of challenges. One of the things that has happened in the post-MDG consultations. Can I take extra 2 minutes? So one of the things that has cropped up is the extent to which, in order to get inequality onto the agenda beyond income, there has been a fragmentation of the idea of inequality. So you've got disability groups talking, you've got ethnic groups, indigenous groups, etc., etc., etc. And then gender inequality is seen as just one more inequality, but it's not. It is gender. A gender perspective is about the crossroads of production and reproduction, of economic growth and human development. This is not true for every single inequality. And to try, gender inequality is structured into the economy in the way that caste and classes. These are fundamental to the perpetuation of the modes of production as we see them. So we cannot simply say, oh, you put women in this group and you put the indigenous in this group. We need to address the full range of inequalities, but within disability groups, we need to address gender. Within class inequalities, we need to. It is a cross-cutting issue. And it is critical for the kind of sustainability agenda we're talking about, that we take the unpaid reproductive responsibilities of women and their need to get into paid work very seriously, if the future of humankind is to be assured. The other challenge, I think, is the constant tension around sexual and economic justice. So much of our energies has been going into defending the sexual justice agenda that we have often let the economic justice agenda go unchallenged. We've left it to the boys. And here I think the problem has been, and I read the Sen's analysis, is that the allies on sexual justice, the US, etc., UK, perhaps Sweden, are liberal, socially liberal, but economically conservative. So they defend us, and they are with us on the sexual justice agenda. But when it comes to, okay, how do we assure their reproductive rights? Well, you need to finance reproductive health services, amongst other things. Where will that money come from? Who will it come from the private sector? Well, very few people can afford what the private sector has to offer. So there's been this tension, I think, between economic and sexual justice. And what I think we need to know is that without basic economic justice, we cannot afford sexual justice. The rights that go with sexual justice require security of livelihoods and enabling macroeconomic policies. And my final point, I have a little here, is so why do we need these international goals? I mean, are they a whole lot of hot air, lots of people going to lots of conferences, big jamborees? Well, I myself think for all its defects and shortcomings, the MDGs did something very important. They pulled us into a global conversation. Countries and donors and civil society, etc., which actually had been going on in a very fragmented way. It allowed us to cross barriers in countries and so on. So I want to pick up on Reggie and Van Graben. 4 key ways in which the SDGs will be implemented. One is epistemic. It will allow us to coordinate the information we need, the data revolution, to assess shortfalls and progress. Second is motivational. All of the SDGs are things that somebody somewhere will think is desirable. And we need that motivation to mobilize people. In fact, most of the SDGs we do think are desirable, but we're people who don't. Coordinating, it acts as a focal point for different actors, whose interdependencies and synergies become much clearer when we coordinate their actions around set goals. And finally, I would add vision setting. The very breadth of the SDGs help to spell out a vision. What kind of world do we want and how do we want to get there? But it's the how do we want to get there. I think it's a version of someone called earlier, is it project implementation of process and regulation. How do we get there? The procedures we put into place will make all the difference between a technocratic exercise and a grassroots-based, participatory, bottom-up movement. So I think the lessons we've learned from the MDGs is get away from silos, each with its own stakeholders and processes. Think through the relationships between means and ends and the intermediate steps. Because it's the intermediate steps that the detail of process building lies. So I think that is something that we didn't see in the SDGs. But I think if we want to make the SDGs a democratic exercise, is thinking through the steps by which we get to the right.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much, Marianne. You're most welcome to have a seat, or if you want to stay, it's more restful to sit down. And we'll go right ahead with Stina Hansson's presentation. You come from Gothenburg University, and different from many of the other speakers today, you wrote your thesis about Niger and the water sector, right?
Yes.
Yes. But right now you are working as a teacher at Gothenburg University, talking about these issues, at least I hope. Let's hear from your point of view and the School of Global Studies at the University of Gothenburg, and hear a little bit from you, and then later we will bring up the other guest for this section. So please go ahead, Stephen.
Yes, thank you very much. I actually work with the MDGs, the MDG water target in Niger and its implementation, but I've also recently worked in a project at Mista Urban Future, a research center, we made a pilot study where we tested the measurability and relevance of the indicators for the urban SDG. And we did so in Mista Urban Future's 4 platform cities, actually, in Gothenburg, Manchester, Kisumu, and Cape Town, and then added Bangalore to that, to look at, in these very different contexts, what is possible to measure, and how do the people who are going to implement this, basically local, regional, and national state agents, perceive the relevance of these indicators. And I'm going to talk about the lessons from both of those processes today. Very briefly about some of the lessons from the MDG process, and then go over to what is meaningful, what works, and some problems and issues with the SDG indicators. And I'll try to keep this kind of in a positive and constructive spirit. But still, I will double quite a few of the points that Naila made, but with a focus on indicators. Because indicators are tricky. They appear as technical. They are presented as management tools and as reporting cards. But they are also, of course, very highly political. And it's because they are political that they are so important to talk about, but also, therefore, that they are so useful for processes of change. Because they are not fixed in their form. And as we saw in the MDGs, they can change during the process, and new can be added to complement the old ones, etc. But in order for them to be useful as processes, for processes of change, we have to take them seriously and engage with them. When we look at the SDG targets, the SDGs, the 17 SDGs and the targets, they are very lovely, actually. They include things as safe, accessible, equal, sustainable, resilient, inclusive, affordable. But when they are then translated into indicators, the target, for example, for a safe, sustainable, affordable, accessible transport is translated into 0.5 kilometers to a transit of public transport, which says nothing about safe, accessible, affordable, sustainable. And it's this process that we need to engage with a bit. And I'm going to start in the MDGs. I think that the indicators are, as I said, very important because not because they are measurable necessarily, or in their measurability, but in how they instigate and maintain processes. I want to take an example, and that is not one. But I want to go here. This is the result of the MDG drinking water target. Do you all see Niger? That's where I did my research. It was not on track, and it did not achieve the water target. In rural areas where 80% of the population lives, the access to water increased from 37 to 42%. That's not a very good result, is it? But, sorry. It means that an additional 2.75 million people have gained access to water in 15 years, which is 200,000 a year in one of the poorest countries in the world. And this is one target in one of the poorest countries in the world. And it's quite an achievement, actually. But you can't see that when you look at the indicators. So we need to take a broader perspectives on the perspective of the indicators. And for example, the WHO has suggested a different way of counting, where you look at how many, as a proportion of the population in 1 year, has gained access. And then we see that in many poor countries, a quarter of the population has gained access to water. So we might need a different way of counting there. Why I make this example is that I want to point at that even though the targets have not been achieved, they have instigated processes. They have led to a mobilization of funds, political will, a state agent mission,
They have led to the establishment of National Statistical Center and improved methods of counting. They have led to weakly, but still, a democratic potential because civil society in the country has been able to at least exert some kind of pressure on their leaders. And what is perhaps most important, I would say, is the Paris Declaration. I think the Paris Declaration is a result of indicators. And the Paris Declaration allows for planning capacity and implementation capacity in performing states. A capacity that they have not had before. All of a sudden, they know who has access to water, they know where new infrastructure is built by donors and NGOs, and they can, make a big, they can take a bigger perspective on infrastructure construction. There are, of course, a lot of weaknesses with this, but those are important improvements that have been made. So we can take them with us to the SDGs then. Sorry. And I will start with, how much time do I have?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
I'm not, okay, I have more than 10 minutes, that's good. I need some water. Okay, so what we did in the SDG indicator project was that we took all the suggested indicators that had been worked for by over 1,000 experts for 15 months to produce this proposal. So we took those indicators and we went to the state agents, or actually the municipal administrators, and asked them, okay, what information exists, what information can be produced, what information is relevant. And I think it's quite interesting that during the process of producing those indicators, the administrator, the bureaucrats, have not been included. It has been a very participative process in many ways, academic, civil society, etc. But the people who sit and are going to do this, they have not been involved in this process. And this research project is unique. When we had the meeting afterwards, people were really happy because we have empirical evidence for our indicators, and no other goal has that. Which, should be seen as perhaps horrifying, but it was good for the urban SDG campaign. A lot of things are new with the SDGs as compared to the MDGs. Instead of 8 goals, we have 17 goals. Instead of 18 targets, we have like 169. As we've heard before, no one should be left behind. The goals are integrated and indivisible and balance the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, and this is an agenda of unprecedented scope and significance. It's comprehensive, and it tries to deal with the problems of the MDGs, such as quality and inequality. And this is very good. But it gives us opportunity to do certain things, but it also poses quite a few problems. The opportunity is that you could address a problem from different angles. You could use different indicators to complement each other. Well, the problem is that you have to squeeze everything into measurability. And that's quite an important problem. But on the other hand, if what we want to achieve is actually an improvement of policy and planning processes, maybe the fact that each indicator cannot be measured is not that serious, because it may fill other functions in the process of achieving the targets that we want to achieve. Okay, so I'll try to, yes, I will be able to keep the time. So this is what came out of the study as meaningful with the urban indicators. Even though, I mean, the indicators that we looked at were was for the urban goal, I think that the lessons learned can be relevant for most goals and targets and indicators. And the 11.4, 11.7 figures you see here is just for mean, it's the different indicator numbers, so I will know what I'm talking about. What was actually quite interesting is that all the participants in the project liked the idea of having indicators to work with. They wanted to be able to set targets and to be able to direct their focus, to be able to call for funds for a certain purpose, and to be able to evaluate this. So there was a very positive spirit, particularly to indicators that are evidence-based. And as it turns out, when you look at the actual suggested indicators, they are not quite in tune with the research and the evidence. For example, it might be that 300 meters to a public transit is the relevant distance for people to use public transport instead of their car, instead of 0.5. But also, for example, that the absolutely most important tool for making people take public transport instead of cars is to shorten the time ratio, meaning the time it takes with public transport compared to with car to get to where you want to go. But that is not in the indicators. But they also want the indicators to be practical. They have to be possible to work with. They think that the indicators are very meaningful when reporting provides a possibility for different authorities to come together and talk about what they are doing, about the targets, how they link up with each other, and where they find themselves in achieving them. Which means that to silo reporting and up to the UN system is not a good idea. It has to be there has to be a process of dialogue across the goals and targets, and that's something that's been brought up, I think, several times today. Indicators that protect soft values are relevant. In the urban goal, we have, for example, one indicator that concerns density. We want dense cities, that is the idea. So one indicator measures the ratio between land consumption and population increase, telling us how dense cities are becoming. But that is a perfect indicator for people who want to build more and exploit land, etc. So what do we do with cultural heritage, or public space, or green space? So we have indicator 11.4, which concerns the protection of cultural heritage. We have indicator 11.7 that protects public space and green space. And they are important because they, in the planning and policy process, provides a possibility to protect those values. What more is meaningful? Indicators that co-articulate. And here again we have and facilitate planning processes, and that's precisely because of what I just mentioned. What's more is meaningful is indicators that spark processes for further development, meaning that when an outcome has been reached, we don't stop there, we're not satisfied. But there is, a possibility for continuous improvement. For example, instead of the 0.5 kilometers to public transport, we can talk about walkability, which is a moving target. What is walkable? It's relative. But if we use that kind of target, it makes it possible for us to debate, discuss, look at what kind of different kinds of needs there are, etc. So it was seen as a meaningful way of using indicators. Okay, so what works then? Indicators where there is a clear institutional responsibility. And this is something, of course, that is very difficult to achieve many times. But there needs to be someone who is clearly responsible, because the information is often produced by very many actors. So it has to be gathered, collected, and brought forward. But there has to be an interest in that institution to do that in a way that is relevant for the activities that the other bodies are performing. Which means that in the case of the urban goals, there has to be perhaps a national coordinator, but it has to have a really close connection to the municipal organizations. Indicators that are already part of current planning process. They have obviously already been defined as relevant. That is why indicators have already been set. And there is also available methods to use, even though they are not always, don't always meet international standards. They can be adapted or in other ways changed so that they work with international standards. Indicators that are considered relevant for people's behavior. Rather, if we go back to the transport target, one of the indicators is the amount, the kilometers of bus, rapid transport road, and tram and subway rail that is existing. But that says nothing about the actual service provided. It says nothing about whether people are actually traveling with that transport. So it's more important to measure if people are actually traveling with public transport or not, and then to investigate why that's the case. We have a secondary indicator, which is street intersections when it comes to city planning. This is considered relevant because it shapes people's behavior. In Sweden, we have had the habit of building banana houses that goes like this, which means that it's very difficult to go from point A to point B. So you take the car and you drive around. So instead, you build straight streets with clear street intersections, and then it will be possible for people to travel in a different way. It's an example of how people's behaviors change. Okay, I have to speed up a bit. Complementarity, what I mentioned before. No, this is another one. It means that because some of the indicators are relevant in different contexts. So we have disaster management, for example. It counts on one. There's a conflict between counting lives lost, which is relevant in some countries, and economic loss, which is relevant in some countries. So it's a good idea to have both, because then we will get a wider understanding of the capacity for disaster management. Indicators with a clear purpose. What do we want to use them for? There's one indicator which is the percentage of particulate matter in the air as a pollution indicator. So that is an indicator that is targeted mainly to a certain kind of pollution that we don't have in Gothenburg, for example. Another measurement would be more relevant, like nitrogen dioxide, for example, if you want to measure it in Gothenburg. So what is the purpose here? What is it that we want to decrease? That has to be clear. And indicators where data can be produced with GIS, that's provided that high-quality material is best. What could work? Sub-indicators that are adapted to different contexts, and there will be. Reduced frequency on some indicators where change is slow, like for example, how public space change. Maybe we don't have to report that every year. That would be expensive. We could do it less frequently. And quality assessment of indicators to show what kind of water quality is. Can I say just very quickly? These are the things that can be worked with. Definitions and methods, frequency, collection of new data is unlikely to be funded or resourced in the Gothenburg and Manchester case, which can cause some problem. The legitimacy of the targets will, crumble a bit if they don't measure. The reporting burden, specifically in case indicators are not immediately relevant. How will the global reporting be communicated back to the relevant actors in a format that is accessible? That is, how does the information goes back to the practitioners? Many raised the question of the purpose of the indicators, and that it has to be clearly communicated. There is a concern with dispersed responsibility. That has to be dealt with. And finally, of course, what I started with indicates that these indicators don't measure actual accessibility, affordability, sustainability, and behavior. But there is some time left. They won't be decided until March, so there's a lot of work to be done to improve them and not allow the statisticians to do all the work and decision on this, and to keep it a political issue and not letting it be defined as a technical issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irina. Kanta said that we don't want more indicators, but what we want is actually indicators that measure what we really want to measure, right? As practitioners, we are too much aware of we are asked to measure things that don't make sense for us. It doesn't measure progress in the way that we want to measure progress, and it's so many times too much focused on very short outcomes, not even outcomes, it's more on an output level. We want to
final point? Can I make my final point? It's very short. Because there's a conflict between the reporting part, this is the function of the indicator, which is necessary for the mobilization and the feeling that this is a global project, etc., and the tool for planning and policy. There's a contradiction between the two, and they don't often match. The indicators that are good for reporting cards are not good for planning. And that is something that we need to be aware of when we do this.
And we also want the indicators that measure processes. So, please, let's see, you will have to stay. You're not allowed to leave the stage. So, first of all, Naila, please come back to the stage. Truett from SIDA, you're also most welcome back to give some response to this. Yeah, you can pick the table, whichever. And Shoba as well, welcome back to the stage. And for the first time today, we're inviting Sheila Prices from Women's Collective also, partner to the Swallows. So let's see if I have everyone. Shoba and yes. And while you get find your places and so on, just let me remind you that we do welcome you those of you who tweet. Don't.
No.
Sorry.
That was me, sorry.
Okay. I said no. Okay, I said what? So Glocal Talks, and also at the back of the room, we are very brief in the presentations, right? So I don't give all the background of the speakers, but there's information there, and some of you might have the presentation folder as well on the participants. But please go and have a closer look on the background and a little bit more information of all our colleagues speaking here. So that was a lot of information and a lot of, especially the indicators. I mean, see now, indicators and indicators. What's about the indicators? Well, it's a lot of power as well in that. And I know you also brought, are we focusing on the right issues, and how are we doing, and why are we struggling for some issues? Are we forgetting others? And what can we actually learn from the whole process? Both of you made us think about the MDG process and what's waiting for us now. So Truan and Chilu and Shoba, you have a great task here, but I think I'll start with you, Chilu, because this is the first time today. So I think you will set the tone, and once again, I'll just give you 3, 4, 5 minutes, each one of you, so we will have a dialogue on the stage. So, but you please start.
When I was listening to Naila's presentation, 2 thoughts went in my mind. One is, you were talking about Jadek, you were talking about the whole history of all these meetings and all that. So I was just reminded of Beijing. In Beijing, we were talking about valuing the reproductive role of women. After 20 years, nothing has happened. And all these MDGs or SDGs have not taken that into consideration. And people from different angles have not contributed that aspect of it. And particularly I thought, why didn't the academic people, butt in and put this aspect into that? This was the thought in my mind. The second thing I was thinking was about the MDG goals. It talks about food security, it talks about health, it talks about health for all, it talks about many things. But again, on one side, all our countries have gone in and signed many agreements, whether it is free trade agreements or WTO agreements and all that. On one side, we are bound by all these agreements, international instruments. On the other side, we have these SDGs, which is trying to ensure food for all, food security for all. Whereas I think in the Nairobi WTO meeting, India is going to be questioned for the food stock it is having. Basically, it is going to be questioned. So I thought there is a lot of contradiction. There is so much of contradiction we are sitting and talking about SDGs and all that, and that it has to be met by 2030. But there is so many contradictions within our country. We are into so many things, but everything is put in a different, different patches. And there is no connection, there is no interlinkages between all these things, what is happening around the world. And now conveniently we are forgetting all those things these countries are undergoing, whether it is third world countries, whether it is LDC, all these countries are undergoing. But today we are saying, today these countries have come together and they have said, we have set the SDG goals by 2030, we are going to achieve it. So what will happen to all these things by which we are bound, the countries are bound? So these are the 2 thoughts which came into mind.
Thank you very much, and thank you for very, very interesting presentations. I have a background in evaluation, so this thing with indicators kind of interests.
It's kind of ticky, don't they?
Get me going.
Yeah.
So I'll start there. But I like the way you described also the indicators and the way you can kind of take power over how indicators are developed and used. And I'm basically just going to repeat some of those things that you said. And I thought you said it very well, that think about the purpose. What is the purpose of the indicator and what is the purpose of the reporting? It has, what you said, the planning, the steering, the accountability, which we have talked a lot about here today, and it's accountability of all actors involved in this process, and indicators and reporting are very important in that setting. But it's also, which I think you mentioned in your presentation, motivation to show results, to show that something is achieved. And this is, it's indicators and it's reporting. And coming there a little bit to my question, because I think we have seen that the SDGs, they are very ambitious. It's very comprehensive, and in a way, it's easy that we will end up with never being satisfied. And how we will manage this. And you alluded a little bit to that, how when you have a very high target, or basically you said you haven't reached the target, but a lot of things haven't achieved it. And how we can use indicators and reporting to keep the motivation, because I think this is really one of the large risks with the SDGs also, that the ambitions are so extremely high that we can easily never be satisfied and then lose the energy and the motivation to actually do this. Then Naila, when you described this whole process, you described it very well, how politicized the agenda and the process can become. And I'm thinking that the academics, or you in academia, you have a very important role to play here, to bring in the evidence and the facts and the evidence and the facts into the processes and into the dialogue. And we've seen, Johan Rockströmer showed very well how much you can achieve if you can actually show with research or with firm facts, arguments, build your arguments on firm facts, and then you can change the whole process. And I think in order for us not to end up in the same situation again with the SDGs, that it's becoming very politicized and going different ways, I can see the academia has a very important role to play. So just to see how you see that and how we can support you also in that. And then I have a third one.
Go ahead.
Which is also related to what Naila was talking about. It's also when this agenda is so broad and there are so many issues, and I think we are struggling with this at CEDA almost every day, that there is a risk always when you have a very broad agenda that you get a competition between priorities and themes and issues. And I think the biggest disfavor that we can do to this agenda is to end up in such a situation where you get a kind of a competition, or whether growth or whether gender or climate, or what is the most important, and how we can rather gather and work in between the disciplines and together see how we can reach inclusive and sustainable development. So that's also a very small question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Shobha. What are your reflections?
Well, I think it's too soon for me to make certain conclusions, only because I think this has been a fascinating session. It requires to, I think, I appreciate it greatly, the fact that we came to, in some sense, very deep complexities regarding method in development. And I think there is validity to all of these approaches that we saw today. One was Naila's very critical, historical reading, and it's so important to remember the history of various movements, what we have gained and what we have lost, and to try and balance what must be the future on the basis of this reading of history. I think it's important, because the set of work that she presented today is one set of development work, just as much as what Stina was doing is also, I think, enormously valid. But let me just start by first saying that we have always had this traditional and very serious debate in development, and that has to do with what can be measured and what are tangible, and they are as real and as important to any materialist. It's important in existence to look materially at what we have to handle and what we are denied, and that issue of scarcity has to do with actual material issues. And therefore their method may sometimes be, we may see it as an impediment, but actually it's not. So you have a whole set here of issues that Naila raised, which deal in the realm of rights, realm of values, of freedom, of agency, of choice, and the last set of issues she made on the importance of economic justice as determining, and it is the underpinning of every aspect of work that you may want to support, want to be involved in. I think that is critical, and there it is not just any more mathematical models in economics that you're dealing with, but it's actually looking at economics and looking at justice. And social justice is a huge arena, starting with more tangible rule of law and moving on to political concepts. Now, if I just went back again to what Naila said, I remember our own objection at that time to the MDGs when there was an announcement that the OECD would join the UNDP and so would the World Bank. We had always supported the UNDP because of the pioneering work of Maghreb al-Haq in human development. And we had the feeling that overnight the OECD's agenda was quite different. And we were concerned about what that kind of, what we termed at that time an unholy alliance would be. But today that has become accepted grammar. So many things have been accepted because in some sense we are forced to work with it. Whether we had a choice with it or not brings us to the question of how the UN can be energized to become a people's institution again. And that is something that has been discussed here too. And I think it's important to engage because we do not have any other institution of global governance at present. So that raises a large number of concerns about what is the role of institutions in the 21st century as regarded all of the unresolved problems. Okay, that deals with this set of rights. What Stina had to do, and I think it has also to do with the fact that you dealt more with a project that discussed access to water in Niger. And there are many factors that go into that, but that doesn't quite work in the area of rights realm. And therefore, what you had to say, I think, was of great value. In fact, I'm sorry to hear that there is insufficient, if I got you right, support for further data collection. Once I think baselines are being made, I wonder also if you had the involvement of sociologists and political scientists in such a project, because at some point it is possible, I think, to draw lessons regarding attritional factors and various others. Who is ultimately responsible for making this work? And was the success of the Niger water something I want to ask you, only because of the MDGs? Because in India,
could you hold the mic?
Sorry,
Yeah.
In India, economists like Pranab Sen at the very beginning was critical, saying that the national plans already involve a number of things that are there in the MDGs. So, who is ultimately, what is the influence of that MDG itself as a global universal commitment to this issue? It's a question I pose, but I must say I have great admiration for many of you. I wish we had more time to learn. Thank you.
So, you raised great issues, and here we are with a set of new, connected but still broadening the picture. So, now, what what are your reflections? And maybe you're not able to respond to everything, but some of the parts. And please close to the mic.
Yeah, okay, I'll try and speak very close to the mic.
Yes, yes.
Shilu, right? Shilu. Actually, one of the major victories, I think, of the SDGs is under Goal 5, there is acknowledgement of women's unpaid responsibilities. And this is the first time, I think, activists, academics, practitioners have pushed and pushed and pushed. A lot of, and this is the indicator issue, is that often things are left out of the agenda because they're not thought to be measurable. And because we learned that lesson, a lot of effort has gone in to developing the right kinds of indicators around violence against women, around unpaid care work, around the things that might have been the alibi that they can't be measured. And your point about people signing up all over the place, okay, yes, that's absolutely right. There's nothing we can do about it. That's international power politics. And all we can do is try and hold them accountable in any way we can to the things they sign up on, even if those treaties are often contradictory to each other. I think one thing, I really enjoyed the conversation about measurement. I think the MDGs have been very valuable in pushing our attention towards those things that are not normally measured in development. And, we've got a lot more. But there's one thing, when I lived in Sweden for that 1 year, and was trying to compare what the Swedish do that we might want to emulate, that we don't do in our countries, it's actually gather statistics. Because as my colleague from Pakistan said, through statistics we can know ourselves. We have no idea of who is doing what kind of work in most of our countries. We have no idea of the deficits that there are in certain places, etc. And the Norwegians, the Swedes, they kind of have a statistical practically everything. So they really, I'm exaggerating, but that richness of data gives every single Swede who has that little book an understanding of their own country. So along with the indicators which are very important to development business, statistics are also about self-understanding of countries. And I really, would love to see much more that is not just guided by the sustainable development goals. Academics have a very difficult task. And I'm one of the academics that does not call herself an activist, which makes me very unpopular with my students. Because they want me to be an activist. And the reason I say I'm not an activist is because I want to be able to say unpopular things which activists may not like to hear, because that is the finding of my research. Equally, policymakers don't like me, because I might say things that they don't want to hear either. So I think I want to support the old-fashioned role for the academic, which is, to use a cliche, speaking truth to power. Whether it's unpopular with the activists or whether it's unpopular with the academics, we have to do our research as best as we can, draw out of it as logically as we can the findings that it suggests, and do what we can to make it constructive. So you pointed out the role of the academic, and this is kind of what I feel. And in that role, then we see all the different voices that are clamoring for recognition in the SDG agenda and in the development agenda. I think as academics, we can do the unpopular job of saying some things are more critical than others. Some things are preconditions for others. Some things are going to be more structurally transformative than others. In other words, we can try and develop a hierarchy where people don't want to see any hierarchies. They want everything now all together. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I do see that we have a huge agenda, and we have to make our judgments about what we act on first and what kind of sequence we might want to follow, using indicators to guide us. Because one thing may lead to another, but if we try and do it all together, we might get in a mess. I think, and obviously, Shiva, I think what you're saying about how the kind of issues, the kind of the history, the politics, that's not going to go away. And we are in a very unequal world, and an unequal world not only in terms of income, but obviously in terms of power. Who sets the agenda? And we have no choice but to keep on talking, and keep on protesting, and keep on doing whatever it is we do as activists, academics, policymakers, and so on, to try and challenge those structures. But, I think we could easily get very oppressed, but we don't.
Thank you. Starting with Tua's question or statement about never being satisfied. Of course we are never satisfied, and we shouldn't be satisfied. We should always strive for something better and to improve people's conditions. What we need to do with the indicators, as the example from Niger showed, we need to have lots of ways to look at them, from different ways, from civil society, from us academics, to see what has actually been achieved, even if the indicator is a tool. It is not, something that we use at the end. It is something that we use throughout the journey, and then we do different things with it at the end to see what happened. And I know, and I want to ask a question back to Tuve, that where at least some of us hard-working academics get our most recent knowledge is from student essays. And I just read a student essay that looked at SIDA's evaluation methods. So I know that you are working with creative methods, such as theory of change and complexity theory. And if you want to say something about that, it would be great. And we can use them to better understand what's going on. And then the question about to what extent the MDGs were the reason for the progress in Niger. Yes, but we'll have to explain. There were a lot of good policies. There were a lot of, drive and will, but there were no resources. Donor fragmentation resulted in lack of knowledge. It resulted in an uncontrollable situation for the administration, basically. And the state administration didn't have the capacity to deal with this. And I do think that the combination, and as I said before, I do think that the indicators and the MDGs were the reason that the Paris Declaration came about, because it became necessary to measure, to be able to produce effective results to show that the MDG was going forward. And the Paris Declaration has been so important for Niger, actually. Donor harmonization and alignment is still lacking, but it's improving, which means that the capacity to plan and implement is starting to be there. And I think that is absolutely crucial for the achievements that have been made. But it also remains to be seen if the achievements that have been made are sustainable. Because there's a big tendency to construct as much as possible with as little funds as possible, which means that the infrastructure is crappy many times, and it falls apart in 4 or 5 years. So it remains to be seen whether both the actual infrastructure and the institutional improvements are actually sustainable.
Okay, so there was a question going back to...
Can I say one more thing?
Should I allow her?
It's interesting, because it's a relation to what Naila said about the statistics is a way for us to understand ourselves. And in the case of the urban goal, it's particularly interesting because our studies showed that for several of the smaller cities, I mean, the cities we looked at, they are secondary cities, so they are not capitals. So for Kisumu, for example, for them it's really politically important to have control of their own statistics in relation to Nairobi. Because then they have a different position to negotiate things, etc. So even within countries, it's important to know who are we, what we have access to, and how does that relate to what others have access to.
Okay. True, there was one question for you about theory of change and complex theories.
We work with theories of change, and this is a very important basis for all our projects, and I'm sure that you here are very familiar with this kind of need to state in advance, you know, what do we think the causality links looks like? Why would this change that? That would change that. That would change that. Would lead to the objective. So that's the basis for the project and then for the evaluations. Then I think we can always, improve on how we work with this, and we have unfortunately been scaling down on our evaluation capacity at SIDA. But I can see kind of hopeful signs that we're going in another direction now. So I hope that will happen. But related to that is this doing development differently. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's a new kind of approach and concept that is being developed and discussed. And it's a lot about kind of building in regular monitoring into your projects and programs. You constantly kind of check where are you, and build in more kind of flexibility into projects and programs also. And I can't say that we have adapted this, we are just looking at it and we think it looks interesting. Just a comment to Naila now when I have the mic. I really like the speaking truth to power, and that's exactly what we need. And if I can speak from a policy perspective, from SIDA, we need to find the channels so that we connect, better, because I think within SIDA, but also within other development cooperation agencies, there are a lot of consultancy work that we rely on for results and for our learning, etc. I think we need to connect much more with research to also see, the development trends and understanding development and the big development issues. And that's one of the tasks that our team has. So we will definitely work with that. And in that, it's really interesting when the work becomes multidisciplinary. So you can get, different perspectives in one piece of work. So it was just those two comments on that.
I'll hand over the mic to Sheila to see if you have any more comments, because you were very brief in the beginning, and to give you some space here.
No, because this is all information for me. So, I don't have any comment as such, but the whole indicators thing, what you were discussing, the thing which came into my mind is about the process indicator. How are we going to define the process indicator? The product indicator is much easier. So how are we going to define the process indicator? That is something which we have to think of. That is what.
Sure.
I just want to have a couple of minutes to recount a story in Gujarat, India, which was a different kind of a water mission. It was in the deserts, salt deserts, and the World Bank with the government came in with a very huge program for delivery of water without any consultation really of communities on the distances they would have to traverse to collect water, or who is the most affected by water scarcity. And these huge pipes were laid across, and there are films that show women walking kilometers, great distances, and then one outlet for an entire village, and very far away. And so they would be so desperate to get the water that in one shot, one of my friends captured actually the woman getting hurt and blood spilling into the bucket of water. That was how difficult it was. Till finally the women's, mobilized together and met with a few committed scientists and technologists and decided that they will devolve their own water collection systems. And that is how one of the most successful systems in the country in rainwater harvesting have actually happened. In collaboration with academics who had no self-interest whatsoever, there were no infrastructure deals that they could make out of it. There were communities of women who were the main responsibility holders for this. And today it's an amazing system. And there's a woman called Devu Ben, that means Devu and sister, who runs that Utan Mahiti, it's called. Many journalists have covered this, and we thought that it would be important that alternative examples of different community systems of water retention and collection also happen. And I think it's critical that, from what Naila says, that today what we are faced, I think you're very right, the autonomy of the thinker or anyone who believes in democracy, the autonomy is important to protect. We must not work for self-interest, and we must not speak because somebody wants to hear that message. This is a problem today in the controlled media. Media is getting highly corporatized, certainly in countries like India, and you don't get straightforward reporting. And in that context, I think it's a moral imperative to listen to truth and to speak only that. So thank you all.
Thank you. I'll give you a chance to say something last if you want. Both of you, tomorrow we're going to try to understand what a feminist foreign policy is. Very interesting, 20 years after Beijing, right? And on Wednesday we're looking into climate justice. So all the issues that you talked about today are very connected to what's coming for the following days. Stina, you have any last comments, or you anything? You fine?
No, it's all okay.
Naila, you okay? Yeah. So, well, I think you gave us a lot of food for thoughts, and I thank once again to the respondents for your reflections. That is helping us forward in the discussion these days, and very much. Thank you so much, Naila. We'll get back about the theory of change. So I'm an evaluator of CEDAR project, so that's interesting. So we will now, before everyone leaves the room, in a couple of minutes, we will continue with the last session. start. So if you know you have a friend out there who's missing the start, please tell them to come in. And so Jonathan will take over and see you to the last session of the day.
The next session is hosted by us in Glocal. We are the Swedish Development Forum, and our objective is to provide information and raise awareness on global development issues. And seminars like this are one way of how we're doing that. For more info on us, I encourage you to like us on Facebook. Just Google Glocal, and there you'll find other seminars that we're hosting this autumn. And now I would like to welcome our guest today, Petra Flam, and she's going to talk about Swedish politics for sustainable development.
Can you hear me? Oh, God. Yes, very nice. Jonathan, please. We're going to do that. Men hur är det? Det var det. Okay. Hi, my name is Petra Flam. And I'm going to talk about PGU, which is the Swedish sustainability bill. And I'm going to talk about sustainable development goals and how they connect, I think, is the bottom line here. Okay, so sustainable development and everything in between. And I really, really want you to ask questions afterwards. So I will talk for approximately 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something. And then really, really let us discuss together. And I think I have another take on what's happening with the PMU. I will take you through this. Maybe than officials do in this country, so we'll see. Okay, so I will just have, just to make a baseline where we're standing. 50 years ago, we have had alternative focus on trickle-down, top-down, bottom-up, states, civil society, business community, urban development versus rural development. Everybody knows about this. And sometime along the way, we recognize that no single country or actor or meet that theory will eradicate poverty. And maybe that was about time to get this notion. Oh, sorry. Oh. So in 1983, Glocal Development received a really important UN mandate, and that was to create a global agenda for change. Big, beautiful words, which she really did. And in 1987, she delivered the report, with her group, of course, Our Common Future. And I think the springing point in this report was that we suddenly had a future perspective inside the development agenda. And you've all heard about this, of course. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the person without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. And this was really quite revolutionary at the time. It seems quite obvious, of course, that you cannot do things that affect future generations, but this is really good news at the time. So what also happened with sustainable development, with sustainable development as a phrase was established through this report. And social, economic and environmental aspects are recognized as interrelated and mutually dependent. And this is really, really important because from this there's supposed to be some kind of shift in mind, and that is to start to talk about systemic analysis. And not only look at economics as one part of life and social issues as one and environmental as one, but as a whole. And also collaboration, of course, because you cannot be an expert on everything. You have to collaborate if you are doing systemic analysis. But honestly, it hasn't really hit that hard. I think everybody still today doing their analysis from their point of view. And this is a shame because it doesn't work that way if you want to do things sustainable. Do I talk too fast? Is it okay? Yeah? Sorry? Okay, so Sweden responded to this, to the global agenda of sustainability. And there was a parliamentary investigation 3 years long, very, very big. But in 2003, the parliament adopted the bill called, in Swedish, Gemensamt ansvar, Sveriges politik för global utveckling, PGU. And in English it's translated shared responsibility, Swedish policy for global development. So this is a government bill. It's not negotiable, like we think we should, we want to, and why do. This is a government bill, and we should take this really, really seriously. And I will refer to this bill as PGU from now on. So this is Sweden's policy for global development. And this was really, really, how to say, it was progressive, and still is, to have a government bill, because this is a huge visionary agenda, just as the global agenda for sustainability. But we haven't really communicated it that much. I will come back to it. And, okay, what's unique with PGU? It's based on collaboration, just as the Brundtland report was, and coherence. That's a new word, suddenly, coherence. And I mean, what are we supposed to collaborate around? So we just talked about the systemic analysis, that you cannot know everything from economics, environmental issues and social issues. You need to collaborate. But I mean, what are we supposed to be coherent about then? That's a much harder question. Okay, so we should collaborate about PGU's overarching goal, and that is to contribute to equitable and global sustainable development. Easy. Yeah? And who should collaborate? Because that's also a very big issue. I mean, if people are supposed to collaborate, I mean, they probably should know that they should collaborate. They need some information to do the collaboration. All ministries have shared responsibility for achieving the goals of PGU. NGOs, labor unions, and the private sector assigned a much bigger role in development in Sweden from this day, 2003. Swedish society as a whole must be involved in these efforts. Does anybody here know about PGU before this day? No? Not many. Okay, but too many cooks spoil the broth, as we know. And the question is then, okay, so people are supposed to collaborate, we're supposed to do fantastic things within the framework of sustainable development, but who has the right to interpretation? And how do we avoid conflicts of interest? This has been the big critique of PGU during the years, that, you know, we cannot do this because we have conflict of interest. So in some way, it's just harder. Oh, we don't know how to do this, but we do. Because the nicest thing with PGU is that we, to avoid conflict of interest, two normative perspectives were chosen to permeate PGU. And that is the rights-based perspective and the perspective of the poor. And this is vital. This is so important. Did you know this? Choose perspective. I mean, just to put in a normative perspective in a big, big political document is fantastic. Yes, my talk was, I love PGU, as you can notice, I think. Okay, so the right-based perspective. We've heard about it, people working within ODA, NGOs and this world, but what is the rights-based perspective? This means that we anonymously are to include social focus in our analysis to ensure that decisions and activities are carried out without violating human rights. This is also huge. So we have a government bill saying this. And this applies to every department in government. And also the Swedish people, the companies and everybody who was invited, unions, NGOs, labor unions. So it's fantastic. And I just wonder who's doing the method development around this. I have not heard anything about it, or communication, nothing. Okay, so this is how we're supposed to become coherent according to PGU. Okay, PGD, I said, sorry. You include the human rights perspective, what you're doing, like your business, and I do in my business if I'm teaching. And from there, we suddenly have rights-based perspective in everything we do. How about that? That we good. But, as we know, All human rights are universal, indivisible, and interdependent and interrelated. And this is from the Vienna Declaration 1993, because we know for a fact that some rights are easier to deliver and some are much more difficult. So we have like the right to work and right to housing and everything. It's costly for a nation. So they're being pressed down, especially these times. So I mean, then this Vienna Declaration said that we cannot divide them. We have to do them all at the same time, which is also profound. We need to know this. And the perspective of the poor, okay, yes, we have different perspectives. Food, land. And this is, of course, we need to internalize poor people's needs, interests, and capacities as a departure when we do different things within the framework of sustainable development. So context awareness is key. And we don't really get that within the framework of human rights. These two frameworks really balance each other. Okay, coherence, responsibility, and accountability in practice. Many tracks. But let's see where we're here. Right here, right now, we have global versus national. Now we have the PGU, we've been talking about the Swedish national bill, and we have the global community adopting, including Sweden, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals soon. I think in maybe 10 days, no, 5 days, something? A week, yes. This week, even, yes. Yeah, 25th, 27th. And I suppose you know about the SDGs. Has everybody heard of it? Yeah, good, so I won't go into them. But okay, similarities between PGU and SDG. Both agendas focus on creating balance between the three dimensions of sustainability: economic, environmental, and social aspects. Same, yeah? And both agendas see human rights as a tool to achieve social sustainability. And this is new. I mean, if you look at the MDG, they didn't really pick up human rights in that way. So this is a lesson learned from the MDG. And the SDGs are, of course, follow-ups of the MDGs. So this is quite interesting because there are very, very many similarities that are profound also to understand how we need to go further. But there are some differences too between PGU and SDG. So while PGU until today has been unknown to most people in Sweden, except for people working within ODA, biståndet, the SDG will from start be implemented and evaluated both nationally, regionally, and locally. And this is also a lesson learned from the MDGs. We cannot have abstract goals lying around on global level and why people live, of course, in the locality, and they need to have their rights fulfilled. So this is also very important development. You can measure it with the ruler, something. So, hang on, are we going to implement the global sustainability agenda nationally and our national PGU agenda internationally? Is that what is happening now? Because this is where we stand right now. And that is probably the biggest problem we have right now. But, I can see. No, it's not that bad. The government is actually working very hard on developing national strategies for both PGU and SDG. Two different, or one, the same. I really didn't get clarification in this, but there's some incoherence within the government as well. And some people really, really think that PGU is an international tool to combat poverty, and it has nothing to do with the Swedish context and setting, which is of course wrong. So I think we should really take the lessons from the MDGs. We need to, of course, implement PGU in Sweden. Walk the talk at home and then you deliver, of course. And now we have two agendas, we learn from them both and do one whole thing of them. So message home, catalyst for sustainability, sustainable development, systemic analysis. We need to analyze in so many different, more profound ways than we do today. Collaboration, of course, and coherency around common norms, human rights. And I'm not really there's a lot of criticism against human rights, of course, everybody knows that. I think maybe we can talk about it when I'm finished here. And of course there's a lot of critics also to SDGs. So it's not just like, let's do this and everything is fine, of course not. But I mean, this is what we have right now, so we need to handle the practicality around it. So welcome to the future. Okay, what now? You cannot do business as usual and expect unusual business. It's that simple. Oh, okay. Oh, no way. We need to talk about this. Not only the framework and criticize that it's too big, too shallow, too large, whatever. We need to, I mean, how do we do this? How do we involve people? Why do we not communicate PGU in Sweden? What's the problem? We don't want to work rights-based. It's difficult, it's costly, it will alter a lot of decisions, of course. But I think it's difficult to hide around ignorance now when we have a double agenda to implement. So I'm really optimistic. And I still love PGU, and I really think PGU got a boost now with the SDGs. So this is my message. This is my question, and this is my put on it. We have to do unusual business to acquire sustainable development. That's really what I had. Let's talk. Thank you.
I also love English.
Yes.
I wonder, is there any similar policy? Have you come across that in other countries?
Yeah, there are similar policies, but they lack the rights-based perspective. But they like coherence. I mean, the EU have the PCT, the policy for coherence, yeah. But they lack the normative framework in the way that we have here, which makes it very.
And do they have a similar implementation problems?
Well, they work on it, they communicate it, and we have an expert sitting here, Peter Sorgholm. Different process. In Sweden, there is no process, I would say, really. I mean, that on government level, and maybe within ODA, but definitely not out in the country. No. Tack!
Now we have, thank you very much. My name is Drew Shadbin. I work at CEDA. So just, I don't know how many here have been part of the whole day and how many have added at the end, but just to comment that within development cooperation, Swedish development cooperation, we have tried to work with PGU. But I also recognize that there have been a lot of challenges in other policy areas, and it's of course also maybe easiest to work with it within development cooperation because the goals of development cooperation are overlapping or the same basically as for it's coherent with the PGU goal. So, but we now look forward to this restart that this the current government has initiated on the PGU, and we hope to get further synergies with other policy areas. But just to say that there is some work.
Absolutely, on one level, absolutely yes. I just want to say, I mean, PGU has also had difficulties to spread because, I mean, the responsibility lies on the foreign ministry, so many people might think that it's an international agenda. Yeah.
This on? Yes. I'm Peter Gunnar for the same. I think this PGU is revolutionary in a way because it includes the private business, and I love that, but I have seen very little of implementation in that part. Right.
Well, there's been a lot of efforts to include private business from CEDA's perspective. I'm sure you know a lot about that, but what I see maybe the normative perspective hasn't really maybe been like the vehicle to do the coherency part with the private sector, which I think is a big shame. That's my critique.
Yeah, in a way, I think it. I mean, I'm not sure there is very much awareness about PGU in the private sector.
No, you mean the common private sector? No, but I mean the companies that are in collaboration with SIDA, they, I think there should be a much bigger framework talk, I mean the normative framework talk with the businesses included in SIDA's work. But it should spread also, of course, to the private sector.
I was just thinking, one main issue or like a problem I feel like with the former MDGs and apparently also with the PDUs and now probably maybe will be with the SDGs is lack of public awareness, like to the general citizen, people that are not in this these forums, people that don't know about these. So I was just wondering if you had any concrete approaches on like raising public awareness about the goals.
This is one. This is what people are afraid of course, that it doesn't go down to the public. And then, but I mean, the indicators that are put now are put locally and regionally. I mean, nationally.
How?
Well, there's a big discussion. There's been like how to say participatory. Groups from every sector trying to work out the indicators and put them like nationally and locally, which you never did with DGs and never did with the PDU either.
Like what kind of educators, like school teachers?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can pick up a lot of knowledge from Agenda 21, which was one thing that people did and really had an impact on locally, but then it disappeared for some reason, I don't know. But I think you need to take a stand from government to communicate, and you need to take a stand from the municipalities, of course. I mean, you need to put it inside the curriculum, you need to put it everywhere, in politics and in policies everywhere. It's hard work, but I've never met anybody who, when I talked about PDU, and they say, oh God, this is boring, I don't want to be part. Everybody, like, wow. It puts some oxygen into people's lives and what they're doing in their work field. So I think communication, absolutely. And of course the indicators will help if they are locally minded and not really abstract. Emily, you have a question.
I have a question.
Yes.
Well, actually, me and Peter from had a presentation before about PIGU and SDGs and FD. I'm not sure if I have a specific question, but Peter, what do you think? Well, the action plans are now drafted at every department in Sweden. What do you think will be included in those?
Well, I'd like to know if, I mean, this work, are there two parallel, tracks? You have the PDU and you have the SDGs. Or what do we do to combine them to get the synergies? And I get really different stories when I ask around. Maybe you have more information than I do. But I think for government, it's really important to get, into subjectivity with what you think and say. If you call one official and say, oh no, this is just for development questions, PIGU. And the next one says, no, we have to do it together with the SDGs. And this needs to be pounded, rooted in government, I think. So there can be one thing out to citizens. It's not that difficult. I don't really know why it should. I mean, it's the same thing, and it's the same overarching goal, so it should be quite easy to. Because now we have the interconnection with the human rights perspective, which we didn't have before with MDGs.
No, just a short comment on that. We've been discussing this with the work plans with different ministries, and as you say, they have, well, in a way, interpreted a little bit differently, but the guidelines state that they should, at the same time as they produce these work plans, they should identify the goals of the 17 SDGs that are relevant for their activities. And then, for example, the Ministry of Defense identified 4 or 5, I think, whereas the Ministry of Enterprise said that we're not able to do this at this very moment. That will need to be a second step. So the guidelines are that they should be coherent, or they should be linked to one or several SDGs. But in practice, this is what is going on at the moment. So trying to coordinate it. the way we get it, that we haven't seen sort of an end product, but they have until December to do this. So, and just a quick response on how other countries are performing. As you said, I agree with you, Petra, that no other country has such a broad perspective on the perspective of people living in poverty and the rights perspective. But we are right now at Conquer Europe doing a mapping of all EU countries. And I think some of the countries have come further than Sweden now regarding looking at impact assessments and effects. Absolutely. And looking how they involve CSOs formally when producing a policy for a certain area. So I think Sweden, even though we have come the furthest, combining all the different elements, I think we can be inspired by other countries such as Netherlands or Denmark or Luxembourg for that matter, in some regards, looking at different indicators or consultation processes.
Absolutely.
And that report that we are producing will come out end of October, actually.
Ah, nice. I just want to comment because we have another agenda as well with the business and human rights, UN guidelines, business and human rights. That's also supposed to be communicated to the private business sector. So we have a lot of things being on the table, and they need to, come to one. We need to be able to communicate what we're doing. And I don't know, this is, they're guidelines, they're not like,
But
sorry.
what are you doing? Maybe.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm from Germany, and I'm really asking myself, like, what are you doing? What kind of like concrete work?
Me?
No, not you. Like the program, and that you can communicate then, or not?
With the PGU?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not the government. I wish I was for communication. No, I don't know. It's been it's very political. It's very lot of ideology, fights. But then, I mean, it was supposed to be like to put away the conflict of interest by, putting inside the rights perspective. But it doesn't work because it's a political thing to say to people, you need to do an assessment here, and you need to do it from a rights-based perspective to business community or to maybe to defense industry. It's difficult. So it's been, it's not really been. We haven't had a lead. It's been lying on the foreign ministry. So then everybody who's been in other departments say, well, this is something for the international development community, not in Sweden, not for our business here. So why it's not being communicated? I think if there's an agenda, we don't want to communicate it. But now I think it's difficult to stop. We need to communicate because now we have the SDGs that are so similar. So I think this will help. It will boost the PAQ with the SDGs. I hope. I really, really hope.
I forgot, I had a question as well. So the way you see it, the need to link PAQ to the SDGs, would that be such a big change that there is a need for a new bill? Because usually you have a communication to the parliament, but do you see that in order for PAQ to be relevant, you need to update it? And how big would that difference be if you need to link it to the SDGs? Since you've done some mapping, I realize.
Well, it's difficult to say because this is very, it's more like a vision. It's not. I don't have any practical answer to this. But I think if you do the rights perspective as thought in the PGU, it will definitely spill over to SDGs, and there you have more concrete goals, and there you have the indicators, because we don't have that in PGU. So I don't know if you need to change it. Of course, you can update it, and the update should be, of course, that this is a national agenda as well, not only international. And this maybe you can, ride on the SDGs and do it more international with the PGU in Sweden. But how do you really do the practical thing to combine them? I'm open for discussion.
Just to comment on what we do already. So I think, as I said earlier, that most that has been done has been within development cooperation. So what the Swedish government is reporting
as implementation of PGU is mostly what we do within development cooperation. And what we have done there is that we have integrated the rights perspective, and of course also the perspectives of the poor. But as I said this morning, this is where we also need to improve a little bit. And we are also working very broadly with actors within Sweden, the other Swedish agencies, civil society, private sector. As you said, we have several initiatives where we are involving the private sector in development cooperation. So but then within other policy areas, trade or agriculture or other policy areas, it has been quite invisible. But I think that is also what the current government is recognizing, and that's why they have restarted the whole PGU work. So we can expect, I think we can expect what you are asking for. And for the Sustainable Development Goals, I think for the communication, they have a very high ambition, and they have this target of in 7 days everybody should know about it throughout the globe, basically. So there will be these short kind of video communications that will be put out on all cinemas throughout the globe almost in 1 week. And just like running, so the SDGs.
Absolutely.
A lot of awareness.
And this we could have done a long time ago, of course, if we wanted to. So that's where that. But that's fantastic. That's good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We are. Do you have a mic? There you have it. Yes, because we need it before. So we're just going to reflect on some things, Monica and I, and we're also going to ask one of our colleagues to give some comments, and then if anyone in the audience would like to also give us some reflections, that would be most welcome. But before we start, Monica, let's ask Karen. Karen Nansen, which is one of our colleagues, and I think you are coming from Uruguay, and you're working together with one Swedish organization called Framtidsjorden, the future of the earth, right? In Spanish. So you were part of the discussions yesterday, and we will see you later in the program. But when we were speaking before having this session, one of our friends here, one of our colleagues said, we're missing the Latin American perspective, and we have representatives from Latin American social movements and organizations here in the room, so why don't we take the opportunity? So we wanted to start with you, Karen, and to hear, I mean, some of your reflections. What did you hear today, and what should we bring into the next following days?
Yeah. Thanks for the invitation to share some of the thoughts. I do agree with many of the comments that were brought forward today, coming from our comrades in Southeast Asia. I think one of the important things that was said today by the State Secretary was this idea that social movements must play a key role in all this. And I think that's something we also stress a lot in Latin America, the importance of having social movements play a key role in the definition of the policies and the political goals we are setting for ourselves. So I think that was good news, let's say, and mainly coming from a government. I think that's something we need to really highlight, and it's such a big change, let's say. In terms of coherence, one of the things we are concerned about in terms of the SDGs and future development frameworks has to do with the trade agenda. And we think that there are quite many contradictions in terms of how the trade agenda is still very much focused on the one side on economic growth, but on the other side it's a lot about trade liberalization, opening markets, and at the end of the day it's really questioning the role of the state and reducing the policy space for the states to have control, let's say. And this is very clear, for example, the free trade agreements with the US, but also with the European Union. More and more it's about government procurement liberalization, services liberalization, new intellectual property rights coming in our countries, what we consider are go against, let's say, this potential for real development. So that's one of our concerns. And there also has to do with the role of business, because the business sector, because I do agree, as it was very rightly said today, that, for example, taxation systems are vital for any change in terms of how we achieve development in the South, and also social security, of course. But in these kind of free trade agreements, we have more and more, and mainly the bilateral investment agreements, we have more and more pressure from business to reduce taxation or have exemptions. So we have countries competing among ourselves to attract business by reducing taxation. But also there's a big push to reduce labor rights, for example. So like in my country now, many companies are saying, oh, this is a bad country to invest in because trade unions have too much power, in the case of Uruguay, for example. So that's really is a contradiction, let's say, if you are having a business sector that on the one side is having a big profile in terms of SDGs, but then it's pushing for all the contrary to what is real development in terms of a development with equality and all that. So I think also what was said today, at the end of the day, who is going to define the agenda? It's very important. Coming again back to this idea of the importance of social movements, but I think Anita was very clear, for example, when are we talking about food security as a response to hunger, or are we talking about food sovereignty that has to, reshaping the whole food system with people having control of the system and not the market setting, let's say, the policies. So the market roles, and still there's a push, even though we were able in Latin America to stop much of the liberalization, let's say, push during the neoliberal era, it's coming back again. And we are that our governments feel that either they believe in it, so they are very much eager to join these agreements, or they feel obliged to be on it in order to be able to compete. Like in Uruguay, we finally got our government to leave the agreement on trade in services, and it's been very highly questioned because of that, because the government decided to listen to the peoples in the country, but now it's being threatened by business in terms of, you won't get any more investments, this is now showing a lack of seriousness by the country. So I think we really need to discuss more the trade agenda vis-a-vis these SDGs and the role of the business sectors, and who is setting the agenda, and which are the real solutions, because that's also coming out in the climate discussion, if we're talking about climate justice, it's not just any solution, but there are some solutions that might be even worse in terms of what's happening, for example, with all the market mechanisms and all that. And we are seeing in Latin America that the impacts of such mechanisms are even worse than the initial problem, let's say. So how we deal with that, what are the real solutions for the peoples? And I think the right-based approach has been a great approach, because highlighting that rights come first, I think that is it's a really way forward, and it's a great progress that we need to keep highlighting. That first, comes rights, and profits cannot be before rights.
Okay, thank you very much. And at the core of the rights-based approach is empowerment. And that's also, it's always with the power analysis, right? We tend to forget that when you talk about it becomes technical. What are your thoughts, Monica?
I have so many thoughts. Hello. I think it's been a full day with so many different thoughts, but there are also similarities coming up in different sections, I think. But first I just want to say that I think this forum has worked, because we were not sure about how this forum was going to work, but it feels like it has been a real dialogue between the people that has been up talking here, so that feels really good. I think that if we connect Stina's discussion on indicators with where we started on the SDGs, I think that is quite interesting, because we talk about the large goals, we talk about they're going to be universal, it's all countries and so on. But what does it boil down to later? It is the indicators, and of course how these indicators is going to happen, the implementation. But I think what we learned there from Stina about how political they are, and that they are not still set. In March they will be set. So I think there is actually something where we still can be engaged in, to have a discussion about that and learn from some of the issues that Stina really took up. I also think that what we talked a little bit about, that the role of Sweden has been highlighted several times, about the importance of Sweden as being on the front line and so on. And I think that we can definitely ask questions about that, and I think you will come back to that. But I also think it is in one way positive to hear that again, because I think for quite some years now Sweden had not been so much on the front line. And I think there is quite some shifts going on right now, and that's why we also we have these talks now, because there are opportunities. Another thing that I was thinking about, except for the social movements, but I already mentioned that before when we talked, is again these whose voices. I mean, that has come back many, many times. Who are talking, who can be part, and I also think we were talking about Concord and also about Forum Syd here, who is representing these platforms, and who has access, and who have, when we have access, how can we then navigate within these spaces we have. I think that is something that comes back, and what I would wish when we have talked through these 3 days is to also see some more concrete mechanisms. We talk about we need to have mechanisms, but maybe to come with some recommendations, some ideas of what kind of mechanism, and how can the mechanisms that are there already, how can we make them sharper? Because I think with the new opportunities, if we don't take them and have the mechanism there, what will happen? Then one more thing that I also want to come back to is what Sukanta lifted, and that has come back several times, and that's the project and process in many different ways. And I think that all of us working with, within civil society, with development cooperation one and another way, knows that this is a discussion that has been going on for a long time. And again, I see openings there. in the coming years now that, there might be longer time we can work with, might be looking more in terms of processes. And also what Trudy was talking about, that there is a theory of social change, so maybe it's more looking into processes like that. But I think there, if anywhere, we need to be watching it and being critical. Yes, and one more thing. About the private sector, I mean, that is something that has been coming up, and you were discussing it in terms of trade. And I think profit, Kushi was lifting, it comes down to profit. Okay, we need to make the private sector more accountable. We need to have the same kind of audits for companies that many of the CSOs and also the state goes through. But that is not there for the market or for the private sectors. I mean, that is a mechanism that can be, more regulating. But if we look at the food sovereignty discussion, I mean, there we see very clear on the very, very concrete everyday lives of women and men in India and Bangladesh what has happened when the private sector has come in so strongly there. But I think also there was some light there.
Yeah.
Yes, do you want to mention the light? Because I'm not sure that we all got that little opening where that Ulrika gave.
Well, that was we came back to the role of private sector and the whole issue. And now we build a new framework, and we've been talking about the mechanism and to hold the governments accountable for all these sweet promises that we hope to have, right? So where are the sweet promises from the private sector? That's one issue we need to continue. But I raised a question to the State Secretary about the role of the private sector and difficulty of holding the market actors accountable. And then she answered, if you heard that, then I'm happy, but she answered that the private sector continues to be a very important player, and it's needed in the whole setting of reaching the new sustainable development goals. But it's not so certain that they are that important in the development cooperation, which is different. And that is, if that's what's happening, that's a policy change we experience, at least here in Sweden. So we need to follow up on that. And for me, that was interesting to hear. I also noticed that when she listed all the actors, she said private sector last.
Yes.
And that was also an indicator, going back to the indicators. So I think that's something. You want to comment on that?
No, I just think it is super important, because I think this is a discussion that we have had, here today, but also in terms of how development cooperation has changed, if we look back, and where we are today, and when we look forward. I think this was definitely a signal of a shift there as well. Mm-hmm. But in terms of financing for development and that bigger SDG agenda, I think, that's a different story.
Another thing, I think you said most of the things I've also been thinking about today, but one of the issues that's been coming up is that, Sweden has been trying to do this exercise of policy coherence. And those of us who live in Sweden and been trying to follow the process around policy coherence know that it has worked so-so. So, what is the Swedish experience so far? How can we learn, not only rushing to something new and saying, but actually looking back what didn't work and learn from that, using the examples where the pitfalls were, and I'm certain they are looking into that, but I think that's very important. So it's not, we have this great experience from Sweden, because we don't. I mean, we've been fighting about this coherence issue for a long time, and trying to get a lot of answers. So hopefully, and the barometer that the Concord Sweden is working with has been helping us a lot as a mechanism. Talking about periodic review, that's something that's done every year and try to follow up. And there's been a lot of discussions the last decade around this whole issue, and we need to continue to discuss it, specifically now when there's a restart for the policy for global development. But also like when we say, oh, we have this experience, and now we're trying to do it in a mega scale. Well, let's also learn what didn't work well and look into that, being, you know, using the self-criticism a little bit more. So that's, I think it's one lesson that we could bring further on to the discussions tomorrow and on Wednesday. So I know all of you are very tired and it's been a long day, but if there's anyone in the audience or any of the colleagues coming from India and Bangladesh who wants to also give some input at the end of the day today, you're most welcome. I have all these lights, so I'm not sure I'm going to find.
I will see.
You will see. Yeah.
And I might even point to somebody.
Yeah, you never know. So, what do you say? Is there anyone in the room who has a urge to express yourself and give some reflections over the day? What we learned today and what we need to bring on tomorrow?
Yeah.
Who are you?
Yeah, okay, I'm Matthew from from Keystone Foundation, which is based in India, one of Swallow's partners. I think this debate on private sector is very interesting. And I think in an Indian context, there are, even as an organization, we have created a private sector institution to be able to deal with many of the issues that small producers have to face, and to be able to deal with the market. And so that's one way of looking at it. But going on at a larger scale, I think we have institutions in India. An example is Amul, which is the biggest dairy cooperative in the country. And it has shown that an initiative like that can deal with the market and in a positive manner. We have also a company like the Tatas, which is a world player in terms of automobiles and many other things, and technology and information technology. And they have shown also through the years that their commitment to the society remains extremely strong. I think maybe as civil society, we need to constantly engage with some of these players and to show that there are examples available and that we can make things work, whether it's at a very local level or whether it's at a national level. The Indian government, for the first time in 2013, has come out with an act which makes it mandatory for companies beyond a certain turnover to put part of their profits back into society. We call it the corporate social responsibility. So that's become an act. It has many flaws in the way it is being implemented. But I think we also need to engage there and to be able to show these institutions where they are lacking. Definitely there is a space for the government to make a regulatory framework and ensure that what they promise and what they implement is taken care of. But in this space, can we influence the way that these corporate bodies think? And I think there's space for civil society organizations as well as governments to be able to push these organizations to be able to think positively.
Thank you.
Is there anyone more that would like to add to that?
Perfect everywhere. It's not perfect everywhere.
As a reflection. Maybe I will point and ask Maria if you have some. You were waiting for that one. Just some reflections from the day. a full day, I know, but
yeah, it's a full day, but not unexpected that we also have touched upon complexities. And I'm thinking about many of the cultural issues that have been brought up by the partners when it comes to marginalized people and understanding of local contexts when you talk about the grassroots level. And addressing these issues on these high complex issues with the social development flows becomes like, it's a huge span, but I think we are on the right track because we have seen some success stories from before as well. So we are learning constantly, and I think that was very great today. I'm not going to participate tomorrow, unfortunately, but I will thank for today and also Emily. But I wish you to have good days and intensive talks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more before we close today? Now is the chance.
So tomorrow we're going to unlock the mystery of what feminist foreign policy is. It's going to be intriguing.
Amazing day, I think. Yes, I've been waiting for this to know what it is. But one thing I just want to say before I thank everybody is that these 3 days, as I said very briefly in the morning, because we always want to try and start on time, is that there are links. And I mean, we had today come up with issues around gender justice and issues around climate justice as well. So there are, you know, links in between. I think that is really important to have with us the coming day as well. Now I will thank. There are people that will leave. I mean, Maria will leave, and also Emily and True will not be here tomorrow. And I really want to thank you two for taking part here and taking the time to come to Lund and also being active the whole day. That has been really, really good. Thank you very much. And also, wait, I'm not ready yet. Peter, who is hiding in the back. To serve from Concord. I'm also really happy that you took the time to come from Stockholm and talk to us here, and we learned a lot from that, and also to see that this is, you know, 2 platforms in the civil society that is really trying to work with, you know, the goals, with the financing for development and so on. Then the partners, I will of course have a long speech about when we end everything up, but I just want to already today highlight all the volunteers, because I have just been sitting here extremely relaxed, looking and learning and so on, and there have been like people taking notes all the time, there have been people fixing the coffee, you know, doing all the things around. So I really want to thank all our volunteers that will go out to India, Bangladesh, some that have been there. So thank you so much. Okay, and Annika, you have done a fantastic job and will do so 2 more days.
Yeah, you never know. So
you never know.
I might go crazy tomorrow. It's my topic. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for being such a good audience and participants, all of you being discussing and helping us push forward the issues today. Meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock, same place, same time, but tomorrow. Okay, so have a good rest and discuss development goals and whatever you like to discuss this night.